Hello, hello, and welcome to the Beaker Show. Hope everybody has had a wonderful week. We are looking at jumping into session 73 today. We're making our way through the desert. I think we're getting pretty close to Zanzibar's hometown of Zayasnak, and we've picked up some passengers. So we'll get our players in here, we'll give a little recap, and we'll get things going. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. All right, so bringing everybody back in here, we spent the last couple of days traveling through the desert here in our new sand ship. You guys took an evening to kind of do some more training, I guess you could say. Zanzibar, upon talking with Gastir, realized that he was ready to punch something, and whether maliciously or in jest, sicked him on Aiden. Getting a nice, interesting retaliation out of it. It led to a dueling match where Aiden, enlisting the help of Callie, took on Gastir out in the desert for a little while. Some ups and downs in the combat. Aiden ended up going down, and Callie went down about 12 times. Eventually, the match was called and ended, and you guys rested for that evening, and then began your next day of travel. As you guys sped along through the desert, a plume or a stack of smoke caught your eye, and you all went to investigate that and found a large pile of smoking bodies. A little curious about it, you guys investigated a little, and what at first looked to be maybe the remains of some battle, you then began to smell and investigate a little bit, and it seemed more of somebody setting up something to eat, like actually smoking meats. It was interesting though, because there was quite a variety between animals and humanoid bodies that were being cooked. But taking a couple of them back to your ship, I believe Zan grabbed a cat and a deer and a halfling and started to take them back to make a meal out of them at some point for whomever was interested, and then maybe being on your way. A handy medicine check let you know that at least the humanoid body, the halfling Zan was carrying, was not actually dead. Body was still alive. Through some investigation, you eventually figured out that these people were poisoned. And you took them back to your ship and slowly revitalized them, brought them back to consciousness. Upon doing so, you realized that they were poisoned intentionally. They let you know pretty quickly that they had set themselves up as sacrifices to Degmadu. And they weren't too happy about the fact that you guys unsaved them, I guess? Saved them? Whatever term you want to use there. And some conversations began where Zan was a little perplexed and a little miffed about why these people would do this and to what end or what gains, and they spoke a little bit about some premonitions or some odd stories that they seemed to have grasped about Degmadu eventually consuming the world or the universe and becoming some sort of powerful deity, and that if you willingly gave yourself over to him, you could just become a part of him, living eternally as a piece of Degmadu instead of being digested and shunted to whatever astral existence comes after this life. Still a little confusing, a little much to take in, as they seem to be just rambling madness. Aiden and Zan having a conversation with one of them and then with each other. And then a very interesting turn of events, I guess, is what had led to a lot of this. But Callie, driving the ship, happened to notice that one of these individuals was leaving a trail of barbecue sauce behind you. Barbecue sauce that Bink is very curious about, apparently. And maybe we'll figure out some more about that. But that brings us back to where we are now. So you are all on your ship, still gliding towards Zayas Nok. You've got a couple hours left on your magical conch of air for the moment. But Callie, you've just noticed somebody leaving a trail of barbecue sauce. Aiden and Zan, I believe you were finishing up your conversations and coming out of this tiny little cubby hole in the bottom of your ship. And Bink, you were also standing on deck, observing all of what was going on. I think that's where we'll go ahead and turn it back over to you guys. So, being on the ship, having these lethargic, exhausted, barely alive commoners amongst you, one of them being a little ornery in the back here, what would you guys like to do?
A donut.
Okay. You can certainly do so.
Whee!
So, have we started driving away yet, or are we just at a standstill currently?
I'm pretty sure we were booking it.
Yep. Yeah, you guys were driving out of there because you realized that you guys pulled most of the humanoids out of there, but there was still quite a few animals and things left behind, and it was intentionally a lure. I think you picked up on that and were getting out of there.
Is the passengers all down the stairs, or are some of them out on the deck of the ship?
Okay. Let me describe this for you, since we seem to be coming back to this quite a bit. Can you view the ship on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is your ship. You have one square of downstairs space, and it is right there. That is it.
That's it?
That is it. That's where you and Aiden were having a conversation.
Oh. Yeah,
Yep.
that's a lot tighter than I thought.
Yep. Everything else is just this big deck with a steering wheel and a covered back.
Does it look like any of them are still on whatever they were on? Like, are they... Does it look like any of them are going to be a problem, as in sabotaging my ship?
You could make an insight check.
Should Calliope roll deception as she's... Whee!
22.
Okay. Most of them still look pretty out of it. A lot of them are just still kind of blinking and staring around. You can gather that they were probably under the effects of this poison for a while, and while they have received an antidote, that doesn't mean that their bodies have really recovered. A lot of them seem just kind of lethargic and are still mostly out of it. About the only one that seems to have enough grasp of what's going on to try and do something about it is the one that's leaving a trail behind you. But it doesn't look like any of them really have the gumption right now to resist or even start a riot or anything of that nature. With that insight, you gather the person that has the most ability to harm your ship at the moment is driving it.
Alright. I will just start going around and like prestidigitation people's clothes and get them all ready for arrival to my town.
Okay.
And if anybody wants to talk, I'll talk to them, but I'm just more worried about appearances right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll take you a little bit of time as you guys watch as Zan just kind of begins going around and cleaning these people up, and you don't really... None of them really have the strength to resist you. You gather they're not too happy about it. As you make your way to the back, you do see the one gentleman that had been leaving a trail of barbecue sauce has now run out and is slowly taking pieces of clothing and whatever he has left on him and just kind of tossing it behind to leave a trail in the sand.
I'll walk over to him. What are you doing?
I'm making sure Degmadu can find us.
I'll ask this nicely once. Please stop.
Well, I ain't got much left. I only bought a sock and a pair of underwear.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Big walks over and he's like, "Why is he tossing over?"
You watch as the gentleman pulls his sock off and shows it to you, Bink. This stuff! And he throws it over his shoulder.
Why?
So Degmadu can follow us.
Why?
So he can come and eat us.
Why?
So we can be a part of him.
Why?
That way we can live forever in his eternal glory.
That sounds stupid.
Well, so do you.
No, you sound more stupid.
No, you do.
No, you do.
No, it's definitely you.
Oh no.
Big just walks away.
I win. Looks back at you, Zan. Do you mind if I finish?
What do you mean?
Starts taking his underwear off. I just got one piece left.
No,
Oh.
it goes back on. No one appreciates that here.
Well, all right. You wouldn't happen to have any barbecue sauce, would you?
I checked with the fella who you were just talking to.
Oh. I don't talk to idiots.
Well, he's our resident cook, so...
All right, forget it. I'll find something else to leave.
Hey, if you want to throw something overboard, you might as well just go ahead and throw yourself. Because if you throw anything else, it's stealing. And I don't appreciate stealing on my shit.
Well, but I mean, I don't want to leave everybody else behind. I don't want to be the only one to get eaten. That's not fair. All right, I'll just hope you.
Get eaten.
Whatever. I think I left a good enough trail. I think you'll be able to find us.
Yeah, a giant worm with tremor sense is gonna follow your clothing.
Hey,
Do you have some screws loose or what?
where's the screw?
Never mind. I'll walk away and I'm just keeping an eye on him.
Yep.
Make sure he doesn't steal anybody's stuff.
You know, he just kind of quietly sits down. He's looking around. But he doesn't do anything yet.
Bink, do you see anything yet?
You were breaking up on us, Xavier. There. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Gotcha.
Can I do a perception check if I see anything?
Sure. Throw out a perception check for me. See if you're picking up on anything new today or out here.
We got a 15.
Okay. Nothing new. You're still seeing lots of rocky outcroppings and plenty of sand ahead of you. The sky is clear. It's hot. Nothing is really peeking out at you at the moment as you're speeding through this area.
Bing goes like, yes.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, wait, no, it's just another rock. Never mind. Speed by everything.
If you do happen to see something, you know.
Okay.
Who was driving before we pulled up?
Oh, Peter. Peter is.
Peter was not driving.
I actually have no idea who was driving it. When I went away from the wheel, I made Peter drive it, and I don't know who else.
Most
One of
recently,
you three.
Oh God.
we're asking who's driving it right now.
No, before we pulled up to rescue these people.
Before you found the barbecue pit. That was Aiden.
That was Aiden.
I believe
Okay.
so. Or it was during his teaching Callie.
Gotcha.
Putting those lessons to use.
Alright. I'll walk over to Callie. I know you're busy, but we're gonna have to keep an eye on these people too.
Oh?
One of them was throwing their clothes overboard. I persuaded him not to take off his underwear because nobody wants to see that. But
Did he run out of barbecue?
is this barbecue sauce something? Because, like, the guy was talking about it, now you're talking about it.
Well,
What's
yes.
going on?
Well, he started by pouring barbecue over the side.
Oh. Okay.
So did he run out?
He must have. He started throwing his clothes overboard.
Those seem less effective at making a trail.
Yeah. Because they'll probably just fly away in the wind.
I suppose it depends on the material.
Yeah. So are you good here?
Aye, aye, Captain.
That's what I like to hear.
I do another donut.
Yep.
Little less horse playing around and a little more keeping on track. We don't know how far that thing was away from the sacrificial altar per se.
Do you think it'll find us?
God, I hope not.
Oh.
If it does, we'll have a fight on our hands. I'd just rather get into town first.
I suppose.
Is Scott steer around, or is he balled up on the deck?
He's sitting in the back. He's got his arms on like both sides, and he's just kind of breathing.
How you doing?
Well, I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Well, that's good to hear. You know, I was kind of hoping maybe to clean up my axe today, but I don't think I'm going to get the chance to do that.
What do you mean clean up?
Well, you know, polish it and sharpen it a little bit. Sounds like we might have some fights coming up, but might have to wait till this evening. I'm afraid if I let go of the side of this ship, I'm gonna barf everywhere.
Yeah, if it makes it anything easier on you, these people don't want to be here. So if we have a mutiny on our hands, you can just barf on them.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll keep that in mind. Say, unless you got a free moment, you want to try and clean it for me?
I can try and clean it, but like I don't know specifically how you do things, so I can clean it my way. It might not be to your liking.
There's not much you can do to it other than wipe it off and sharpen it. That's about it. It's just covered in sand and gunk right now.
Well, if you feel comfortable giving it to me.
Sure. I'll give you 20 gold if you clean it. How about that?
I mean, that sounds like a deal.
All right, it's all yours. And he just kind of nods his head, and it's just laying on the ground.
Pick it up.
Make a strength check for me.
20.
You get the handle off the ground about 6 inches. But the head is on the ground, is like still solidly on the floor.
I mean, that's okay. I can clean it this way.
Yeah, sorry, it's a little heavy.
You think?
My bad.
I think I'll try and use some prestidigitation on it. And while I'm doing that, I want to try and inspect it too.
Okay. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
Well, I know it's magical, but I'm looking for runes or writing on the blade or handle.
Okay.
So see if I can ascertain what enchantments it actually does or where it came from.
Okay. Are you going to use like any sort of identify magic, or are you just
I don't
looking at it right now?
I'm just arcana.
Okay. So you can make a investigation or an arcana check.
I was pulling it up.
7.
Okay. You find that there is a plethora of runes on this particular item. You're not 100% sure what they mean or what they pertain to. But there's a lot. It seems extremely magical.
Where did you say you got this from again?
Oh, where did I get this bad boy from? I found it somewhere. Maybe it was after I killed that Mind Flayer dragon, or maybe a couple giants. Something like that. What?
Go back. You killed Mind Flayer dragon?
Yeah, it was a big brain looking thing with wings and teeth and horns.
Did it happen to be under Neverwinter?
No. No, it was pretty far out there. Why, is there another one?
There might be.
Oh, fuck those things. That's all you.
Well, gee, thanks for the help. I thought you were reliable.
If there's anything I am in this world, I don't think I'd give myself reliable. But those things mess with your brain, and I don't do that. Brain stuff's a little much for me. As a matter of fact, you took me into that fight. There's a good chance I might end up getting controlled and just hitting you instead.
Yeah, that'd probably be bad. Since you did go up against one, do you have any tips?
Guard your brain.
Okay.
Beyond that, it's just like a regular dragon, I guess.
Yeah. Zane mutters under his breath. Definitely the wrong person to ask for strategic value.
So, you know, I think Taylor might be able to give you a little more information, but he's not here.
Yeah, where is he?
Oh, he doesn't do the desert very well. You know, he's a furball and all. It gets pretty hot. He's back in Fandolin helping out with the giant castle and all the goblins we just hired.
Oh. So I take it that he and Droopy aren't as good friends?
Oh, they're good enough friends, but me and Droopy is best friends. Taylor ain't... I mean, he's friends with just about everybody, but... I'm pretty sure Taylor doesn't think that Droopy's in any danger, but I'd hate to think that, you know, somebody took my goblin and he's going to get to kill them all and I won't get a chance to help. Because then I will never, ever hear the fucking end of that story.
Yeah, I hear you two have a competition going on or something.
Yeah, something like that. You know, he thinks he's better than me, and I think I'm better than him, and we're trying to see who can kill the most things. And so, you know, if... You know, I mean, obviously I'm worried about him. But more than that, I don't... You know, when he gets his head cleared and he gets out of whatever handcuffs they put him in, I want to make sure he doesn't, you know, take the lead by too far when he kills them all.
So can anyone get in on this competition? Or is it private?
I mean, you're welcome to join, but we're pretty high up there already, so you might have some catching up to do.
Well, if I have to join now, then we should start our count now. I mean, if it's just between you and me, because there needs to be proof, right? Or can I just be like, I've killed 2 dragons already?
No, I mean, you just have to have at least one witness. You know, that's how me and Droopy got it. I mean, if we want to start our own competition between me and you, we're welcome to do that. But, you know, I'm not going to restart the one I have with Droopy. I mean, I'm already 800 or 900 kills into that one.
Right. I didn't expect you to. It just sounds like fun.
Yeah, we can start our own. I mean, I'm already at 2 so far this trip.
Technically, if I hadn't stopped you, you'd be at 3. Freaking trying to kill my lawyer.
I wasn't gonna kill him. I put the dirt stuff on my axe. He'd be alright. You know, you might have to, take a night off, but he'd be okay.
Yeah.
But alright, if you want to start over right now, we'll see we're both at 0. The only rules is you can't kill good guys. And anything that comes back to life, it doesn't count as 2 kills if you get it again.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Are there any stakes, or is this just for fun?
Oh, you got stakes? Are they?
Maybe you'd have to ask Bink.
Oh, not. It's mostly just for fun, but if you want to put a wager, we could put a wager up.
Let me think about it.
Well, all right.
Anyway, here. I think your axe is done by now.
Oh, hey, that's looking pretty good.
Well, I'm gonna go keep a lookout. Talk to you later.
Yeah, no worries. I'll say one other thing that you would have picked up, Zan, once the axe was cleaned, so towards the end of your conversation, you noticed some of the runes on it were definitely draconic, and it had like dragon heads on the blade itself. And having access to the elemental abilities that you do and having seen it, you gather that this thing has some sort of elemental affinity about it as well.
Were the dragon heads like rainbow, like Tiamat?
They were not. There was just a bunch of individual ones that had been etched in. They weren't necessarily colored in any way, but they were definitely a part of the runic system that was on there.
Oh. Neat. I like it.
So at the very end, when you go to hand it back, you would realize that when you were like at the blade part, make an insight check.
12.
Okay. It looked sharp, like to begin with, and like when he was using it against Aiden, it looked very powerful. Being this close to it, and like looking at the blade itself, like it seems more deadly up close, and you just have this weird feeling that this blade wants you. You're not sure how with a 12, but it's weird. It's like there's something about this blade that is particular to you in a way.
Interesting. Is it like a pull? Like a pull like I felt with the Oasis?
It's probably closer to a push.
Okay. Well, I will leave that be for now.
Mhm.
Something to look after later.
You got it. At this point, you can see that a lot of the people that have recovered and that you've cleaned up, as it's getting a little bit later in the day and like they were already exhausted, have started to kind of drift off to sleep. See, quite a few of them are napping on the deck and just kind of not really functional at the moment, as your excursion continues and you guys are quickly approaching the end of your air supply for the day.
Well, about time to put her down for the day.
Is there a nice looking spot in this desert where I might park our vehicle?
Make a perception or a nature check.
Natural 20 for 27
Nice.
on nature.
Yeah. You have your various pick, but you can see a few outcroppings. There's at least one ahead that appears to have almost like a sculpted out area with like an overhang that has a rocky bottom that might serve as a really good place to both defensively and to get you out of the sun. It would
Wonderful.
serve as a great place to sit.
Sounds good. I'll start aiming that way.
You do so. Doesn't take you very long to get there, and you manage to expertly navigate it into this area. And you are parked for the evening. Gostier gets up and kind of walks over to you guys. Says, does this mean it's about bedtime now?
More or less. We're probably gonna do dinner, and then, yeah, we'll head to bed.
Yeah.
Pink, are you able to do your mansion tonight?
I think he's just like flipping through. He's just like feeling out his magic, and he's like, "Hello."
Yeah. When you go super high with your voice, it doesn't pick up on the mic.
Oh damn.
But,
No, yeah, he's just like yeah, he's just like kind of like feeling out his power, and he's just like, yeah, I got enough. I can do it.
okay. Do you want to do that and then spend the night with the refugees, air quotes, in your mansion, and we'll set up camp here on the boat?
Okay. I'll set up special rooms for them.
Not that Gothsteer was here, but over the sending stones, just be like, watch the door, make sure, watch the door of the Pink's mansion, make sure the refugees don't sabotage our ship.
Wonderful. So Bink, Aiden, and Lalia hear that.
What are you doing with refugees?
What was that? I didn't hear it.
Me?
Yeah.
I was just joking around. Lalia popping in.
Oh,
What about the refugees? What is happening?
sorry. I forgot you were on this channel.
No worries.
So, if you summon your magical door, you can certainly let people through. If you'd like to describe what the area looks like or where you are shepherding these people, you are welcome to, Bink.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that last part. I'm sorry. What was that?
That's all right. As you are opening your mansion for the evening, if you would like, you don't have to, but if you want to describe where you are putting these people in your mansion, you are welcome to.
Oh, they all get these nice rooms.
Mm.
And then when they go into these rooms, it's heavily locked. And watched by multiple Binks.
Are the rooms locked from the inside or the outside?
Oh, they're not allowed to come out. I mean, like they get the fresh air type feel, and
Yep.
like they're not traps, but they're really trapped.
All right.
They don't feel like they're trapped, but they're trapped type of room.
You got it.
There are like 5 Binks on each of them.
All right. So you have secured the cult, I guess, within Bink's mansion. What are the rest of you doing?
Where is Zan directing us to camp on the boat? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay.
When you get a chance to let Callie and Gostier know, but preferably out of earshot of the refugees.
Oh, yeah. Easy enough as you're getting them into the portal and into their locked room. So you have spread the message. Everybody knows that you're planning on sleeping on the ship this evening.
Could we have a campfire and tell ghost stories?
I mean, if you want to set up a fire not on the ship, you can do that.
Yes. I'm gonna go set up a campfire, not on the ship.
Mm-hmm. You got it. So you hop off the side, run over a little bit, and start working on that. Easy enough.
Do we happen to have like a firewood and a fire pit and like lawn chairs?
Nah. You got some wood.
Let me just borrow this beam from the ship real fast.
Right. Probably sit up around the campfire until about 11 or 12 and then go to bed.
Okay. As you guys are hanging out, probably making some provisions, some dinners, is there any conversations you'd like to have before bed?
Nothing much.
Where did Aiden get his sword?
Are you asking anybody or everybody or what?
Well, I'd ask Aiden if he were here, so I'll just posit it to the group and who'd like to answer.
Aiden has taken up watch inside the mansion.
There we go. Okay, so. Hey guys, where did Aiden get his sword?
His dad?
Yeah, he said something about making a sword for Bahamut and then Bahamut not needing the sword until we get it back to him.
Yeah.
Why did he make a sword for Bahamut?
I don't know. I guess it's some sort of tribute. Kinda like what these people were doing when they chose to sit out in the sun and try to get eaten.
Those seem like very different strategies.
Well, yeah. Suppose one god eats stuff and the other one doesn't. I don't know what Bahamut actually does.
Well, how did Aiden know what he wanted? What Bahamut wanted? From him?
I don't know. Maybe it was just a guess. Maybe he prayed about it. Sometimes if you, well, I'm not sure if he still does this, but sometimes he would stay up late at night talking to a small dragon in this pendant he carries around.
What?
Yeah, I haven't seen him do it recently, but if you ask him about it,
Where did he get a dragon?
Bink, do you know?
I have no idea.
Yeah, things just happen to us. It's weird.
So, does Aiden use the sword and do these things for Bahamut because he wants to follow Bahamut?
I
Keep
guess
honest
so.
with us. The weather's changing so much. Why did it become night all of a sudden? I'm scared.
Just setting the scene better. It's evening.
Are you there?
Think Bank found some mushrooms left over from Ixen.
Right.
It's Casper. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where or exactly how it works, but it's an interesting sword. I mean, we've already seen the power displayed.
Yeah. I wonder what Bahamut thinks about Aiden using it on us.
That's a good question. I suppose you could always ask Bahamut himself if you wanted to try praying to him.
Is that how talking
Yeah.
to gods work? Do you,
From what I know, Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, sometimes they don't respond. Or sometimes they offer you deals.
What kind of deals?
Oh, you know, massive amounts of power for giving up certain things. And Zayn is kind of staring up at the sky when he says it,
Mm-hmm.
like he's off in some distant land, not actually here.
Mm-hmm. Do they ever ask for favors?
I mean, all the time, but nearly the same with humans. Humans always ask for favors anyway. Actually, I think everyone we've come across so far has asked us for something one way or another. Why should the gods be any different?
Well, does helping a god feel different than helping a human?
Good point. How much are they willing to help? Is the question.
Do you follow any gods?
Not at the moment.
Probably better to keep it that way.
Why do you say that?
I don't know you that well yet.
It just looks at it and says, oh wait, I was about to give a look. I keep forgetting this is not Lalia. I'm like, oh yeah, wait.
I like that in character, every once in a while, Bink looks over his shoulder and is like, holy crap, Lolly is gone. Oh, man. Well, if you ever want to get to know me, I'm great at answering questions. And asking them.
Okay. Let's see. Why do you make sculptures out of dead things? What the fuck is up with that?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's just like, you're weird.
Right? Weirdo.
Weirdo!
I think there's something truly beautiful about death. It's the one experience we all share in our own way, and I like to capture that as best I can.
So does it give you joy in killing people?
That's actually a relatively new hobby of mine. One of the first things I killed was, I forget what her first fight was, but that's what it was, yep. It all's blurring together. Those skeletons, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, I'd mainly just dueled like we did with Gostier yesterday. Though I think I probably enjoy it.
So, do you have siblings?
Nope. It's just me and my parents. I think I was enough for them. Apparently, I had a very interesting few years.
Is it the stone facade when she says that, or can I read anything off her face?
I don't know that it's a stone facade so much as it is like, you know, the facial expression people have when they're like, yeah, my mom is once again telling that story about how when I was a baby I used to put diapers on my head and run around naked. Like, it's more just like, this is what I've heard, this is what my parents tell people. Yeah.
So what were the circumstances around you joining the Scaly Eyes?
I thought it sounded fun. Or do you mean how I heard about them in the first place?
All I know is that the mother worm seemed surprised to see you when we visited.
Oh yes, she took that much better than I was expecting.
Would you care to elaborate?
On which part?
All of it? Why was she surprised to see you then?
Oh.
Yeah.
I think she was more surprised to see me coming back because she didn't exactly know that I had left. Shit eating grin, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Just means you're good at what you do.
Well, thank you, Zanzidar. I like to think so too.
So, before you started adventuring, like, did you join the Scaly Eyes and then immediately start adventuring? Or did you work for them for a few years and then started adventuring after that?
My enrollment was maybe a year ago. So I spent some time there before joining you all in Arlani.
They must have sent you on other missions too, right?
Well, I was still in training.
Well, more or less, but I mean, that. No, I'm gonna break the game here real
Mhm.
quick. So during training, it's not like you're just in their base training, right? They actually have to send you out on lesser grade missions, or at least that's my perception. Is that correct, DM, or is it? Am I completely off?
No, it's a little bit of both. There's multiple programs and multiple ways to get trained depending on what you want to do for the Scaly Eyes. So some of it is all in house. If you are wanting to be like a field agent, then yes, you would probably go out on a couple of small missions or small things or things out and about. So yeah, it's a little bit of both. I'd say Zan's experience was probably that.
So before you joined us, did the Scaly Eyes commission you for any other missions?
I asked to join a lot, but my mom and dad were a little nervous about me going out in the field. So I got stuck with the bookwork.
So you're more of a librarian?
Ugh, no. It was the worst. I kept asking to be assigned the different little field missions and stuff, but Dad always said it would be too big of a risk and that he didn't want me out there being all me. He said people wouldn't understand.
I could see that.
I do think I'm pretty good at field work, though.
I mean, you've excelled so far, which is something I'm happy about. I'd rather have a talented training than an untalented one. And you die far less often than this one right here in points to boot.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you have any questions, Bink?
Not really.
Bink.
Yeah.
You come from a really rich family, right?
Yeah, I didn't even know we were rich.
Oh.
But apparently, yeah.
So wait, did you not grow up around them?
Excuse me.
Was that a sneeze?
You know, I had two sneezes.
Oh, bless you.
What was the question again?
She asked she asked, "Oh wait, did you not grow up around your family?"
Oh, I did. I was just oblivious.
Oh.
So I was being rich. I thought we just lived in a regular house. And then I don't remember a lot as a 5-year-old, okay?
Oh.
I
Okay.
remember the house, the tree, and my brothers and my family.
Hmm.
Maybe like the several dozens of others, but still. I never really went outside the house.
Hmm. Oh, Zanzidar, do you have siblings? really.
They don't all look like it.
Hmm.
More or less. Two of them were adopted into the family.
Interesting.
Yeah, so my the two who don't look like me are actually older. And they were adopted into the family due to usefulness.
Usefulness.
Well, my father at least. Less of a caring type of person. More, he has a very strategic mindset almost all the time. So when someone proves useful, he holds it in very high regard. Even enough to adopt people into his family. What about you, Duster? Do you have siblings?
If I did, they're digested by now.
What, did you eat them?
You ate your siblings?
No, some dragon did.
Well, that's far less interesting.
Yep. As far as I know, I'm the last of my family, and I don't remember them really, so let's say sure. That way I can get revenge for them someday.
Oh, you haven't taken revenge yet?
Nope. Haven't found the bastard that ate them all.
Gostier, do you follow a god?
No, not really.
Does Droopy?
I don't think so. Unless it's beer. Is there a god of beer?
Is there a god of beer?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking you.
Oh, I don't know.
Barnet would know.
Oh, who's that?
A dwarf lyric companion that we lost along the way.
We left her at the supermarket.
Well, that's unfortunate. But yeah, no. I kind of survive on my own. Haven't really found a use for gods myself, but I mean, Taylor follows one.
Oh? Who does he follow?
Beats me, somebody that deals with plants and trees and stuff.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know their name. I know what they do, but you know, that plants and trees and stuff. Something about made. Oh, what did he tell me that one time? His god is the god of a specific type of plant that people crush up and use for medicines, and sometimes they like dry it out and cut it up and smoke it. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think our centaur companion followed the same god.
Oh, interesting.
That's pretty neat.
Alright, well. Who's taking first watch?
I will.
Good. Alright. I'm headed to bed. See you in the morning.
Good night.
See ya.
Anything else for Brink or Callie before watches?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Right. As you guys bed down here on the ship and kind of put together your own sleeping quarters with tents or sleeping bags or whatever you want to utilize. Callie, you stay up by the fire to take your watch. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
You got it. Ooh, 9.
Okay. I'm kind of lost in thought. Maybe just kind of a little airheaded for the evening, but
I'm telling myself scary stories.
Yeah. don't really catch anything outside of this, we'll call it large cave.
Mhm.
No, nothing pops out at you during this time. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Wow.
7. All right.
Bink overheard my scary stories. No.
Yeah, so whatever Bink would like to do on his watch, you're just again it's a desert night, so it's chilly. It gets cold. You start to hear some wind howling, and it kind of eliminates your ability to pick anything else up beyond that.
I'll just have my time with Peter and just watch the desert night.
You got it. So nothing apparently happens, nothing you catch at least, and you move on to, I believe Zan's taking third watch. Go ahead and roll a perception for me. Okay. As you are taking your watch, and it's towards the end of the night, you're coming up on daytime. It's still a little chilly, but it's in the process of starting to warm up, and just as the moon starts to go away and you start to get maybe just a couple of rays of sunshine, so almost dawn, you do notice something off to the side of the cavern that you guys are in. Up against the rocky wall, probably 70 or 80 yards away from you, you see two large black lumps that at first you think are just rocks on the ground up against the cave wall, but then they move a little and shake.
Who goes there?
No response.
Um, detect magic.
Okay. So that gives you 30 feet.
Yep. I know
What?
you said a few yards away, so if I need to get closer, I can get closer.
Yeah, so at the moment they are about 110 feet from you. So it's about 80 yards or so. And each yard is 3 feet, so. Do you want to edge your way closer?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Start to edge your way that way, and you get about halfway there. So you're about 50 feet towards them. You're still about 50 or so feet away. And you see these two figures kind of separate a little bit, and you watch as two sets of eyes open and stare at you. Icy blue in the morning rays. You keep progressing. You start to get about what you imagine is 30 feet from them, and your detect magic isn't really picking up anything. Make a perception check for me. Okay. A couple of things you noticed. First, your nose picks up on the smell of sweet and savory burnt wood. Has this barbecue type twinge to it. Then you see these two great bears, or at least that's what you can equate them to. They are enormous bears that you can see here, and you see their claws as they kind of flex them, looking at you. All of their claws are this metallic, bright green color, and you can see sticking out of their backs these metal shards. It looks like almost like spikes on their back, but they're just random jagged bits and pieces of metal. You can see them kind of craning their heads to look at you, and you can hear this soft growl coming from them as you see their nose and their maw is kind of covered in, it looks like blood, but it's thicker and like a browner color.
So, more or less, they look like bears.
Yeah.
Keeping my eyes on them, I'm going to start slowly backing away. Did my detect magic hit anything?
Not on them.
Okay. Do they seem to react now that I'm backing away at all?
As you start to slowly back away towards camp, they very slowly just start keeping pace with you.
Okay. I'll radio Bink over the sending stone. Be like, we're probably about to have a fight out here.
He's like, what are you talking about? What's happening?
As Bing comes out with Peter from the portal.
Oh.
They look like bears. Apparently we disturbed them by camping here, Philly.
Do you think is the ship movable? Yeah or no?
Well, being that we're on third watch and it probably hasn't been a full 8 hours for the ship to recharge, probably not.
How big are they?
I mean, how big are they?
I am putting them down now so you can see.
Oh, geez, you are like doubling their size. Oh my.
They're not standing on 2 legs right now, so it's not quite that high up, but that is how big they are. They're pretty chunky.
They look like they might be bigger than Peter. Jeez.
They're not running after you or anything, Zan. They're just slowly following you, and you can hear as their metallic claws clink on the rocky surface underneath of you.
I'm just going to thaumaturgy and then roar at them.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Try and make myself seem a little bit bigger.
Alright. Make an intimidation check.
While he does that, can me and Peter me on Peter, can Peter slowly kind of walk behind up to him?
Yeah, you guys start.
And him kind of spread his wings and try to help with that.
Sure. I'd say you're probably not quite there enough to give him advantage yet, so you or Peter can make your own roll.
Okay. what would that be?
Intimidation, if you were trying to seem tough, scare them off.
I rolled a 22.
Okay.
What's Peter's intelligence at?
So, Zan, you make this excuse me, loud roaring sound that kind of echoes through the cave. And Callie, it wakes you up. You're kind of startled awake by this.
Peter has a -4
It,
for the roll, but he got a natural 20.
nice. Bink, you and Peter are kind of coming, and you watch as Peter spreads out his wings, and you're just kind of trying to seem big, but they don't seem to pay much mind to you at the moment. They're staring at Zan, and you see them, Zan, respond to your roar. They just kind of growl a little bit. And then Bink and Peter, as you guys make your way a little bit closer, Zan, you do hear or see Bink and Peter kind of approaching from behind you, and you make a perception check for me.
Are you talking to me?
No, you,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
because you're closest to the bears.
Gotcha. 16.
Hey, okay. You see their eyes that have been kind of scanning you as you've been slowly moving back.
Mm-hmm.
dart to Peter. And you can see there, it definitely seems like animalistic behavior as they stare at Peter and begin to kind of lick their lips. See them flexing their
You
claws.
just brought chicken to this feast.
What, you mean Peter?
Yes, I mean Peter.
What? Yeah, what's the difference?
Callie, you are awake now. Is there anything you wanted to do? You can see this scene beginning to unfold ahead of you.
I'll stretch and start making my way over there.
Alright.
Good morning. Do we have friends?
These are not friends unless you think you can calm them down.
They're bears. I
Yep.
almost went, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. That would make no sense. You know what? She's still got sleepers in her eyes. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Good morning. Makes a little push, 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 push noises.
Make a persuasion check.
For animal handling?
Or animal handling.
Pretty sure I'm worse at persuasion, but 10. Push, 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 push.
They don't seem to be paying you any mind at the moment.
Are you hungry? You want some breakfast?
Are you continuing to back up, Zan, or are you staying where you're at?
Can I continue to move backwards and also prepare a spell?
Sure. What would you like to prepare?
I'm gonna prepare command in case they start moving forward.
Okay. Now, as you begin to move and you make it about 10 or 15 feet, they just follow your pace. Not getting any closer, but keeping pace with you. You guys have saddled up behind Zan at this point. Are you casting command as they walk with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it.
Okay. Are you hitting one or both?
Both.
Alrighty. What's to save?
Well, let me figure out if how high I upcast it.
Yep.
Alright, so it's gonna be third level to target 2 people.
Cool.
Wisdom of 21. And that's if they even understand me. And going to say bleed.
Okay. So, as you begin to release this magic into these creatures, you feel the power of your spell connecting with them and kind of overtaking their minds as they both fail their saving throws. But as you issue the command, they just kind of turn their head. It doesn't seem they understand what you're saying. as they just stand there staring at Peter.
These guys definitely don't speak common.
Maybe I can understand them. Hello. Who are you?
You just hear some growls back.
Oh, the poor babies are hungry.
Hey, let's not call him a baby, okay? It looks like a full-grown bear.
Oh, he's just a little guy.
I don't think your monk ability allows you to speak with animals.
No, it does not.
They don't actually have. You gather that these things, Callie, don't have a language, so they are beasts of some sort.
Right, but I'm the only one talking to them right now.
Yes, you gather.
They're just saying they're hungry.
Yeah, they look hungry. They want Peter. But at least you and I know that Peter's not going to be very filling. So I suppose if you want to get them a snack, go grab the half-naked person off the ship or inside Jake's mansion.
I mean, or I could get that barbecued cat that we saved.
No, that's food for the entire trip. We can't get rid of that.
What kind
On
of
the
food
other
do you like?
Just hear growls. As you see
Oh.
slobber begin to come from the corners of their mouth.
They say they're vegetarian.
Well, then you should have no trouble petting one of them.
I don't think all vegetarians are friendly. But okay, I will start walking forward to pet one.
Okay. Make an animal
I
handling
was
check.
joking.
Oh my god.
8.
Okay. As you get pretty close to one, you get to about within 10 feet, just kind of holding your hand out.
Yes.
You watch as it takes its paw and
Mm-hmm.
just kind of slaps at your hand.
Sure.
And that is. Let me roll this here. 25 to hit.
Yes.
Take 28 points of slashing damage
All right.
as you feel this creature's. And as they connect, you definitely gather their claws are made of metal.
Ooh.
As it slashes through the back of your hand and kind of leaves this bloody trail. It doesn't advance on you anymore, though, but you definitely get the sense that he doesn't want you near him. As he just kind of growls.
Now that I'm closer, does it look like most of it is made of metal? Or is it just his claws?
You can make another perception check.
Ooh. 18?
Okay. I'll give you this because you would have some experience and have seen this. Its claws and its teeth appear to be made of adamantium. But the metal shards and scales protruding from its back seem to be various metals. And as you look at the back, it almost looks like a junk pile of like just these raggedy shards of metal that are protruding out of its back. And as it breathes, you see it moves with it. And like as it shakes and ripples its skin, you can see like some of these like small, almost almost like dragon scales kind of on the sides and on its back ripple with it, like it's part of this creature's being.
I'll look. Well, I won't take my eyes off the one in front of me, but I'll say over my shoulder, anybody got a spare dagger on them?
Yes, I do.
Toss it here.
Go digging through my bag for that old rusty dagger.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Do you toss it to Callie?
And above table, just so I get this scene, Bink. Does Peter have his armor on?
Does Peter have his armor on? Yes, he does.
Okay. So Calliope will take the rusty dagger and she'll like set it on the ground and kick it towards the bear.
Okay. As you do, you see it slaps its paw on the dagger, and it puts its big head down and sniffs it. You watch as this really almost leathery looking tongue kind of comes out and slurps it up, and it chews. You see it swallow, and you watch as one of the small spikes on its back grows about an inch.
Oh. They're not vegetarian, they're metaltarian. Silly me.
Well, Aiden's the one who carries all our metal.
That's true.
You see as this one begins to kind of circle a little bit. The one that you did not feed a dagger just kind of starts coming this way a little. You can see he's kind of prowling, almost giving you guys, like, showing off his side, as his head is still affixed to Peter.
What's the plan, Bink?
Okay. For situations like these, I say we just go back in the portal.
Normally, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but who's to say they won't tear up our ship if we go back in the portal?
You make a good point. I don't know what to do. Attack? I don't know. They can't understand us.
Sure they can.
Please stop.
What?
Just not now. Well, they're looking at Peter funny, and they seem hungry, so they attack us. Which is, let's I should say yes. I would say let's attack back. And nothing else.
Right. What are you thinking, Callie?
I'm thinking it's a mighty bummer that none of us wear metal. Except Peter. How much metal is on our ship? How much metal is on our ship?
Not nearly as much wood, but there certainly is some.
Okay.
Seems like there's some rivets and some joints and some bracing bars and things like that.
And the one who ate the dagger doesn't seem satiated. Still looks like he wants another snack.
Yeah, he's still kind of looking hungrily.
Yeah, we're not giving them Peter's armor. That's a no-go.
Well, of course
Ain't doing
not.
that. bunch of too much crap to make it. Nope.
Well, sorry, fellas. We're all out of metal. As blood's just dripping from her hand.
Yeah.
Would these guys look natural? Or are they pretty
If it just ate a knife, I'm pretty sure it's very natural.
Xavier coming in with the science.
Yeah, Zan, I'll give you a nature check if you're just checking them out. You could also attempt a history check to see if you know anything about them.
do history.
Okay.
18. That's actually really high.
Hey, that's pretty good. So, now that you've had a better look and you've heard, and like, Callie's kind of tested this metal eating theory, which seemed a little weird in your head, but at the same time it made sense for some reason. It eventually clicks that these are Malmjorn. Malmjorn are enormous bears that consume raw ore that they dig out of the ground with their adamantium claws. They also have a fondness for refined metal, such as those found in armor and weapons. They're not generally aggressive or hostile. They are territorial, and there have been stories about them following people through the desert, waiting for them to die to eat their metal belongings. And you would know from Aiden sharing this that you've seen a couple blobs the last couple nights.
Oh, that's these guys. So we're still on first watch, more or less, or third watch, more or less.
Yep.
Everybody's still asleep. The mansion is still currently up, yes?
Yeah, it lasts for 24 hours.
But the doorway, even if it's on the ship, does not move.
Correct. If you move the ship, the door stays where it was. It does not follow the ship.
Right. I don't see how this ends any other way than a fight.
Yeah, they ain't gonna let us leave with our equipment. Well,
And Binks just cracks his knuckles.
let's get this over with.
Alright, you wanted a fight, you got one.
Sorry, fellas.
They just stare back at you. Not advancing.
I'm going to rush up so I can see these headed north. rushing up, headed north, so I can get line of sight on both of them. It'll probably put me into melee range with the first pair.
So you're going like here?
Higher up. About 2 higher. Right there.
Okay. As you rush up next to this one, it kind of turns its head and watches you.
You couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? Stick out my stuff. Lightning bolt.
Okay.
Through one towards the other. Dexterity saving throw 21.
Ooh, they will both succeed.
Nice.
Can you spell their name for me?
Yeah. MALMBJORN.
Thank you.
4 lightning damage. Now to 17.
Okay. So you shoot a lightning bolt through both of them, and you see both of their bodies kind of arc and react and quickly snap and look at you. And we'll go ahead and roll initiative.
Oops. Shoot. Ignore that. I have to roll with advantage. Due to issue.
I'm going to make this one red. And this one blue. We can make the board just a little bit brighter. Alright, this is morning. Alright. So let's see here. I got Zan, I got Callie. Bink, do I got a initiative?
We are getting initiative in 12.
Okay. It's going to be Callie, monster. Zan, monster. Bink.
Oh, wait, oh, wait, never mind. I was thinking about Peter. He's with me.
Yeah, Peter shares your initiative. Alright, so top of initiative, Callie, what would you like to do?
Well, I'm feeling a little bad about not having any metal to feed these guys. So I am going to I think I'm just gonna hold my action until I'm attacked.
Okay.
So
And you're currently just holding your fists.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I have, my sickle is not out.
Alright. So you're holding your action, just waiting here.
Mhm.
That brings us to this guy. So Zan, you shoot a lightning bolt through them and you watch as this creature very quickly reacts and turns to you. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Nope. 7.
Okay, so you see as it puts its head down, and you see all these chunks and bits and shards of metal on its back. It very vigorously shakes its shoulders, and you watch as some of these shards just fly off of it and begin slashing you, as you are going to take 45 points of slashing damage
Oof.
from the shards that he has launched from his back.
Ooh. Ow.
And what weapon do you have out right now? Your staff?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have any metal equipment on, do you?
I have my armor set and the shield.
Okay, so you do have your shield.
And I think he has chainmail.
Okay. I need you to make a strength check for me.
Yeah, the freak.
Yeah, the Ifrit.
Oh, yeah.
Strength saving throw?
Strength check.
Nope. 8.
Okay. So as these shards hit you, you kind of instinctually go to shield yourself as best you can. You aren't quite prepared for this smattering of bits and metal pieces, and as it happens, you feel yourself being lifted a little bit by the arm, and you go to pull yourself back, and the leather straps on the inside of your shield snap, and you watch as this creature swallows your shield. I need you to go ahead and unequip that for me, please.
Okay.
And then you see it just kind of widen its stance and stare at you as it chews and swallows your shield.
You're gonna pay for that.
Your turn.
What is the size of these boys?
They would be classified as huge.
Okay. What? Let's do this. I'm gonna try and cast Hold Monster.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throw of 21.
That will fail with a 12.
Stay.
Is that on both or on one?
Oh, you're right. I could twin it. What level is that? 5th? Just on the one in front of me.
Cool.
Guys, he's held. Now would be a good opportunity to smack him, and I will fly to the tip of the boat.
Okay. As he is held, he cannot do anything. Cannot take an action against you at the moment.
That'll end my turn there.
Okay. That'll bring us to the second creature. You watch Callie, this creature standing in front of you. You see as it's taken this lightning bolt and it stares over towards Zan, and you see that scene unfold. You see this creature kind of get down on all fours and just begin growling. And he launches himself forward towards Zan.
Oh, towards Zan.
Yep. Bypasses you completely.
Oh.
As it leaves your range, you would have an attack of opportunity should you choose to use it.
No.
And Zan, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
As this second creature runs over towards you.
19.
Let me see here. That will save. So, seeing it coming this time and having an upper ground here, you watch as this creature does a very similar action as the last one. As he comes running towards you and he slams his hands or his paws into the ground to stop himself. You see that his back continues to lurch forward as metal shards come assailing out of it. And you manage to dodge most of them this time, only taking 22 points of piercing or slashing damage.
Okay.
And I need you to make another strength check.
22.
Nice.
Alright. Okay. So this time, Zan, you watch as this creature kind of jumps up and takes a bite at your torso, trying to wrap its jaw around you. You quickly recognize it's going for your armor, and you manage to pull yourself back just in time, and you hear this metal on metal screeching, wrenching sound as its teeth drag along your Afridi chainmail. But you manage to keep it on and don't get swallowed with it.
Jonas latch around my armor and start screeching. Wrath of the Storm.
Mm-hmm.
My armor alights with lightning. Let's say dexterity saving throw of 19.
Dash a 5. He will fail.
This bastard takes 12 points of lightning damage.
Nice.
You got it.
Careful on the spicy meatball.
Just hear more growling. Right, and that is the end of his turn, so that'll bring us to Bink.
I'll
Okay, Binky's gonna use.
Oh, and Zan, I need you to make a concentration check on your hold.
Oh, okay. It was
22.
22, so half of that would be 11.
Yep. I don't.
And my con save is 12. So.
Okay, then yeah. No, never mind. You're good. You can't fail that one.
23.
Woo!
All right, sorry. Go ahead, Bink.
I'm gonna use slashing flourish
Oh, nice.
on red and blue.
Okay, so you're gonna run up to him.
Yep.
So right here would get you within range of both.
Let's see. My inspiration die is what again? Let's see.
I believe it's a
So
D12.
I was gonna say, you're
Yeah,
in
let me
the
just-
big leagues.
Let me roll one of those. Wait, do I do damage and then I roll that, or?
I think it just gets added in, so you can roll that whenever.
Yeah, let me just. Okay. I'll do a Warpbull Scimitar first.
Okay.
As my first hit. And that's a 16 to hit.
Okay. Is that on red or blue?
That's gonna be on red, but it's.
You roll with advantage on red.
Yeah. He's held, so you can roll that one more time to see if you get higher than 16 on red.
Alrighty.
Cut his head off, Bink.
31.
That will hit.
Woo!
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'll do the
I believe it's
1d12.
right?
That is not a crit, no. Still a couple off from a crit.
So close.
So I get a D12. I'll just roll the D12, and then that gets added. So that gets added, and then since it's flourish, let me just double check. I'm sorry, it's been a while since I used this one specifically. Yeah, okay, slashing flourish. Yeah, I can.
Creature is the critical hit if it's within 5 feet of the creature. Because it's held. so
Oh,
it's-
because it's paralyzed. It doesn't
Wait, is it
decapitate him,
crit?
but you roll critical damage when we get to that step.
Oh, critical damage. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have the Vorpal effect because it's not a nat 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instant decapitation would be automatically broken if that were the case.
It would.
But yeah, okay, so your 7 will be added to both of them. Your 7 from
Yeah.
your. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, so go ahead and
And the
roll
damage
your
is
crit damage.
Roll another
oh, wait,
d.
it's crit.
Yeah.
Gosh, I hate myself.
Yeah,
It's
right
so
click.
damage.
Yeah, right click crit damage.
So do I just do that again with? I don't know. What I
So
do.
right click and then do crit damage.
There we go. Okay, there we go.
There
Okay,
you
I
go.
rolled the max amount on crit.
Wow.
Nice.
Goodness
So,
gracious.
Bink, as you step up, taking advantage of this first creature being paralyzed, and you pull out your Vorpal Scimitar, you manage to slash across its chest and its shoulder up into its armpit a little bit as this massive creature is before you, and you feel very confident that you made an amazing slash, and you can see this creature wince with pain. But as it does, you see your sword looks almost like flecks of it are being pulled away. As your sword leaves, you see where you left this wound, metal bristles start to shoot out from this creature as it appears to have absorbed some amount of metallic energy from your weapon. And it looks hardier than it did before.
Uh-oh.
Oh god. Wait, so it just. Oh god.
Not sure what that means yet, but you can make your second attack, which I think you said was against the blue.
Yes. Bink is still gonna do it. Tears in the air.
Yep.
This isn't just doing quick attacks right here.
Mm-hmm.
And his next hit is 24 to hit.
That will hit.
Am I allowed to do back-to-back flourishes?
I think it's attached to your attack action.
Let me see.
I mean, you still get the damage from the flourish, but
Every attack that hits. Oh no, you can only use one blade flourish option per turn.
Okay. Alrighty.
yeah. So right now you've still got the extra damage from the first one, so plus 7 damage to every roll.
15 damage for the blue.
Okay, plus 7 would be 22.
Ah, yes.
Okay. This time pulling your Tears Rapier to make your second hit, you stab it into the side of this creature next to you, and you see as it flinches back, and as you pull Tears Rapier out, very similar effect. You see some essence of your sword is absorbed by this creature, and new metallic shunts and scales begin to form over the area where you hit it. Now also looking a little more hardy than before. Anything else?
Ow. Well, Bink is gonna get hit when he moves away, so Bink is just gonna stand still and, yeah.
Okay.
Well, Peter's gonna come in now. To kind of maw at the blue one now. Actually, no, he's gonna maw at the red one.
Okay. And 15, 20, 25.
Yeah.
You can get here without provoking any opportunities yet.
And then he's gonna go in for his beak attack first, which is an 18 to hit
On red,
on raid.
unfortunately,
does he get advantage, or no?
he does. It's still
Yes.
held.
22 to hit.
A 22 will hit.
Okay. And that's 11 damage.
You got it.
As he claws at him and then he goes in for his second attack. 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
As he goes in for his claws, he does 16 damage.
Okay. You got it. So Peter comes in, makes a couple good attacks against this creature as it's held. You see it's still flinching back a little bit in pain. Anything else?
No, that'll be it for him.
Cool. That'll bring us back to the top with Callie.
Since I didn't take my action last turn, could I use it at the end since the trigger never came?
Uh-huh.
Can I change what I was doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Having seen what's going down over there, I would like to take my bracers off and stuff them in my bag of holding.
You got it. Go ahead and unequip those.
Yeah.
Right. Then you may take your turn.
Okay. So red is still looking frozen, if harder to hit.
Yep.
But we like advantage when we're roguey. So I am going to run up Peter's back
Mhm.
from where I am and launch myself at red.
You got it.
So sorry. No.
I will caution you.
Yeah.
That's going to put you in and then probably out of opportunity attack with this guy. Because you're going to have to land in a spot that's open, and this is the closest one.
Bonus action disengage.
Okay. So you do it quick enough. that this other creature doesn't
Yep.
seem to see what you're doing.
Ooh, getting rid of a nat 1 for 26.
That will hit.
So that is going to be... Um, 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
I just realized there was something else I could have done, and my brain short-circuited there for a second, but it's fine. And that's her heel coming down on his back, and then as she continues to slide down next to Peter, she's gonna do an uppercut with her fist.
Mm-hmm.
The one that's bloody.
Yep.
Try to only injure one hand at a time here. Hey, there's a natural 20.
Okay.
But-
So as you come in with this second hit, you feel like you found a vital spot. That you can get a real critical hit on this creature. But as you do, you feel that it is tougher than it was before. And unfortunately, your crit is a normal hit.
Okay, but now I'm also remembering, so it's paralyzed. So, should I have rolled crit damage on my first punch? I'm getting confused.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't do that. So,
Okay.
let me go ahead and do that really fast.
So you're still going to get critical damage on your second one. Just anything that would be added on wouldn't be because of the paralysis. So I don't think it actually changes anything, but you can feel that this creature is getting harder.
Okay. So do I double my sneak attack or no? I know. It's a weird rules thing.
I'm going to say... Yeah, because you do critical damage still. So yeah, you still get your double sneak attack.
Okay. So adding to turn 1 an additional 16 points of bludgeoning.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm rolling. So the second one is still critical damage because
Yep.
he's paralyzed? Okay. So then that's 17 on the second one.
Cool.
And that's her turn.
Got it. That brings us back to Red. He is paralyzed still, so he'll make a save at the end of his turn. And it's Wisdom, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's plus 12. Okay, that one gets him in 17 plus 6. 23?
Saves.
Okay.
Oof.
So he manages to shake out of the paralysis this time. But that is at the end of his turn.
Mhm.
So that brings us back to Zan.
Right. 4th level greater invisibility.
Okay.
And then I'm going to fly up even higher away from the ship.
Okay. So your full movement speed up? Or how high you want to go?
I want to go 30 feet overhead of Mr. Red Bear. Or it'd be 5 over and then 25 up, right?
To get over top
Or
of
is
Red,
it
it's
10?
10 over.
10 over?
Yep.
10 over and 20 up then?
Yep.
Okay.
That would get you 30 feet in the air, I believe. Yep. And because they cannot see you, they do not get an opportunity attack. Anything else?
Yeah. Well, now I can only cast a second level spell. Right?
Yep, as a bonus.
I'll do 2 sorcery points. Bonus action, chromatic orb on Red Bear,
Okay,
shooting for lightning damage.
you got it.
$34.
That'll hit.
Lightning damage.
You got it. You see its body kind of rack with the pain as it stares up, wondering where that came from.
Welcome to the desert where lightning falls from the sky.
Anything else?
No. It's the end of my turn.
All right. That brings us to Mr. Blue here. Bink, having ran up and slashed at one and stabbed this other one, you see this creature looking at you ferociously, Bink. As it is going to... Let's see. It's going to come in to bite you first. So, now that they're in melee range, let's see here. That is a 25 to hit, Bink.
Yes, but I use silvery bobs.
Silvery barbs. Then I'll roll again.
Good one.
That turns into a 22.
Yeah, that hits me.
Bow! Then you will take 34 points of piercing damage,
Wha-pa.
and you are currently grappled.
Oh,
And as it has you in its mouth, you guys watch as it kind of rears up a little bit and it's got Bink like sideways. Like if you were to bite into the middle of a hot dog and a little bit of both ends is squirting out on either side of your cheeks. And it takes both of its claws and goes to slash and rake them down Bink's head and his legs.
oh my god.
As it makes 2 claw attacks. The first is a 19 to hit.
That just hits.
And the second is a 20 to hit.
Silvery bob.
That's a
Actually,
reaction.
I know. I know.
So from both attacks, you will take a total of 60 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then you guys watch as it's got Bink up and it's raking Bink and it's pulling parts of him, trying to just kind of almost tear Bink apart. You see, I need Bink to make a strength check with disadvantage because you are grappled.
Actually,
Okay.
due to silvery barbs, you could make it a straight roll.
If you gave yourself the advantage.
Can I though? Wait, can I?
You should have picked right away, but yeah, I'll let you give it to yourself.
I just didn't know I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
God. Wait, so Oh yeah, I mean,
So are you're giving yourself the advantage, or are you not?
yes.
Okay, then forget that roll. Just roll straight, because they're going to cancel out.
Okay. Okay. 15.
Okay. What was the other one, just in case? Okay. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter anyways, because... Okay. So as it has Bink up in its mouth, you watch as, for some reason, you see its throat contract like it's swallowing something. And Bink, if you could do me a favor and unequip your Vorpal sword, as it has been swallowed.
No.
We're gonna cut these fuckers open when we kill them.
Yeah.
And that will end its turn, which will bring us to Bink, currently restrained.
Is its mouth open right now?
You are in its mouth right now.
Can I do anything?
You can do everything but move. You are just restrained, which means you have no movement.
Bink says, "Damn the frick it!" and then he just uses level 8 chain lightning.
Oh, kidoki. I'm assuming keeping the targets to these two bears.
Yeah.
Is that a save for them?
I'm frying myself. I don't care.
I think it's a dex save.
It's a deck save, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get to target who does it.
Yeah.
Ooh, the first one. So the one blue gets a 7. Red
Okay.
gets a 4.
Oh my god.
So they both
Level
fail.
chain lightning.
They're
Activate.
not very dexterous.
33 damage.
I mean,
So many ones and twos. Oh my god. Why? Why so many ones and twos and threes?
so they both take 33 points of damage. Okay. Yep, as you send the shock, you kind of grasp this creature and send it from him to his friend. You see they both reel back and kind of shout with pain.
Okay, I use that as my main action. My second action is to just send Tears Rapier straight down its throat.
Okay.
And then just make it start doing 360s with my command word.
Okay. You're sending it into this creature.
Yes, on the inside of it.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if this works. Since we're getting my sword back, might as well. I'm just chucking it in and making it do 360s with my command word.
Okay.
That's a 33 to hit. It's almost a crit. Almost a crit.
That'll hit.
That is 10 damage.
You got it. So, Bink, as you send your sword down inside of this creature, you see the scales and metal shards around its body pulse and grow a little thicker. And I need you to roll a d20 and add 5.
Okay. 16 plus 5, we got 21.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what happens. Anything else for your turn?
Right now, nothing. It's Peter's turn to do something.
You got it. What's Peter like to do?
Peter's gonna attack the one that swallowed me. Or
Okay.
kind of ish swallowing it.
So he's gonna turn and attack blue.
It's a 10 to hit, that's a no, and now he's gonna claw him. That is a 19 to hit.
Unfortunately, that now misses.
No. Oh. Okay, he tried. That's his turn. That's his turn. He tried his best.
Alright, that brings us back to the top with Callie.
Did I notice my fists having a similar effect to Bink's swords?
You did not.
And I don't have advantage anymore.
Nope.
But Red is at least in melee kind of with Peter, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll stick with my buddy over here. Feels really weird to be a monk fighting barehanded against something made of metal. She's gonna use her feet as much as possible in her nice leather boots and just try to kick as hard as she can.
Mm-hmm.
So first attack is 29.
That'll hit.
So that is 10 plus sneak attack since Peter's in melee, 20 total.
You got it.
Let's just see what happens. She's gonna try a stunning strike with this one, aiming for something that seems important.
Yeah.
Con save, I think it's 20.
Yeah. Okay. Plus 12. It's a 29.
Alright, that's what I was figuring, but I'd give it a shot anyway. However, because she used sneak attack, her eyes are also going to go gray and creepy, and she's going to look over at Blue and say, "Drop it, as she uses Wails of the Grave. Ooh, to add 6 necrotic damage to each of them.
Yeah.
That's first attack. Then she's gonna take her other heel and dig it into this guy's other side. I don't know what the nat 1s and the nat 20s on these. I gotta switch up my dice. That's nat 1.
Oh,
The higher they climb, the harder they fall. So she goes to kick and misses because she's not used to fighting with her feet this much. But she will go ahead and spend one more key point to do Flurry of Blows.
Mm-hmm.
So the first is a 27.
That'll hit.
So that is 12 bludgeoning plus... Oh, just that. And then the second hit is another 27
That'll hit.
for 8.
You got it. This was on red still, right?
Yes. The only thing that went to Blue was the 6 points of necrotic.
Yep.
And that is her whole turn. Yeah, she'll stay where she is.
Okay. That brings us to the red creature. Hey, and his ability recharges. So, you guys watch as this creature, having Zan's shield, having just saved from being stunned, being out of this combat for a minute, you can see it kind of still chewing its mouth, moving its jaw a little bit, kind of looks around, and it sinks its claws into the earth beneath it. You see it shake its mane one more time. And I need Callie, Bink, Peter, and Zan to make dexterity saving throws. So everybody is within range of this, technically, since he is not singling one of you out. So I need a dex save from everybody.
Ooh. Gross.
Bink, can I get a deck save from
Oh,
you,
I'm sorry.
you and
Alright,
Peter?
No, yeah, I thought I'm sorry.
Are you good?
Okay, we got that, and then we got what is his? He gets a +2, so he gets an 11.
Bink, you will take 22 points of slashing damage as the red creature shakes and releases these shards of metals. Everybody else, including Peter, will take 44. And that includes Blue, because he was in range. And so he sinks his claws in the ground, shakes his mane as you all recoil back from these shards of metals being thrown at you.
And how much was it for Peter?
44.
Okay. 44.
As that happens, you guys watch as its metallic claws begin to rip apart the earth underneath of it as it begins to burrow down. Callie and Peter would both get opportunity attacks as this creature begins to burrow away from you.
I guess he would only be able to make with the reaction. I guess Peter would only be able to make one attack, right?
Yep.
Not the double like usual. I guess he'll just do his claw attack then.
Okay.
Nah, it does not hit.
Nope. 12 will miss.
I'll try an unarmed strike.
Okay.
It's either a nat 1 or a nat 20. It's a
Ugh.
nat 1. I gotta change my dice.
Whew.
I can't
Fortunately-
tell what that is.
That will miss. As this creature begins to burrow into the ground, you can see the rock shifts and kind of leaves a trail as to where it is headed, as it is no longer visible. As you see, it begins to head out of your cave. Looks to be about 40 or 50 feet, burrowing as it heads to the northeast. That'll bring us to Zan.
Was that the one with pink?
That was the one with your shield.
Got it. So Bink is in the mall of the other one, right?
Correct.
Okay. How's Bink looking, by the way?
Pretty low. Pretty low.
Okay. And Kelly?
Kelly's okay. She wouldn't say no to healing, but she's fine. Put it that way.
Mundo, hey, bro. A healing word. At 4th level. At both. That was almost 3/4. Or it was 3/4 and a 2.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, that's like almost max.
Yeah.
Nice.
20.
So how much was that?
20 points of healing.
Many
Alright.
thanks. And that was on Calliope and
Yes.
Bink.
And big.
Yep.
Yep.
Just making sure.
Much do I want the shield? Damn it. No, it's probably fine. I will fly into the mouth of the hole and see if I can see the bear.
Okay. So as you drop down, you peer down the hole. This hole has about a 15-foot diameter. So as you look down, you can just barely see as it's kind of the cave. It's not super stable. It is solid rock, but it does begin to crumble and collapse behind it. You can just barely catch about 50 feet or so down with what little bit of light trickles through. A bit of movement at the end as this creature is continuing on.
I have to look at the staff real quick. I'm not sure how much I can throw at. I will throw bonus action, 2 sorcery points, magic missile, stew, 4 bolts.
Okay.
Oh no. Plus. Trace. So 2 plus 5 plus 3 plus 5, that's 15 force.
Alrighty. You hear a grunt of pain from down the hall, or down this hole, as you send out these magic missiles, but you continue to hear the sound of shifting rubble ahead.
Get back here, you stupid bear! No, I'm not
Okay. Will bring us to the second creature. We're going to see if his ability recharges. It does not. But Bink, you are within its mouth. It is going to take its jaws and clomp down on you harder. I believe he has advantage. Yes. So it's plus 12. So he has advantage to hit you while you're in it, while you were already grappled. So this is... Wow, okay. Bad. A 3 and a 4, so 16 to hit.
Wow.
Misses.
Somehow.
Miraculously, either because of your squirming or just what all is going on here, he flexes his jaws to bite down, but it just doesn't have the power behind it right now. But he's also going to turn and swipe at both Zan and Callie, as each of you are within his 10-foot range. So on Zan, no, that's a 15 to hit.
Misses.
And on Callie, another 15.
Not a miss.
So both of them miss as it takes 2 swipes, and then you watch as it shakes its head, and you watch as Bink's little body gets flung from his mouth.
Yep.
And you're thrown about 10 feet. You were prone, so I don't think you're going to make a dex save. So you're going to take 1d6 falling damage. So Bink, you're going to take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you are thrown from this creature's mouth.
Just like flop on my face.
And then...
Got a mouthful of sand.
Right. And then you all watch as this creature too sinks its claws into the ground and begins to rip open a hole as it burrows into the rock beneath. The two of you, so Zan and Peter, will have an opportunity attack against this creature as he burrows into the ground.
And this was the one that swallowed Bink's sword, right?
Swords. Plural at the
Yeah,
moment.
I got both of my swords. Well,
You
see
sent
what
one in
happens.
there.
We'll see what happens in a sec. We'll see what happens in a sec.
As long as it only targets one, I can still cast a spell because of Warcaster, right?
Correct.
Old monster.
Nice.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throw 21.
We say that should work, right?
Yes.
'Cause it just says cast a spell.
Yep, and it can only target one creature.
Alright, wisdom save. +6. That is. Ooh, that's really high. It's 19 plus 6, so 25.
Damn. That was a really good idea, though.
Peter has a reaction. Or no, he doesn't have a reaction because he swiped at the first one. So you watch as this creature also buries into the ground, burrows, and you watch as, again, from the surface you can see a path that this creature is taking as it coincides with the other, pushing out about 50 feet away from your campsite. That ends its turn. So that would be Bink in combat order. So we'll just finish up the round here. Bink, what would you like to do?
What do I want to do? My turn, right?
Yeah, anything you would like to attempt on your turn.
Can I still can I attempt to get my sword out of its mouth with my control still on my sword?
You can try. You can't see it anymore, so you're not sure.
I mean, it doesn't say I have to see it. It just has to be within range.
Yeah? You're not sure?
Yeah. Can I attempt to?
Okay. So you use your bonus action to try and move your sword and bring it closer to you from wherever it is. You know that it was at least 50 feet away from you, and I believe your sword only has like a 20 or 30-foot
30.
movement.
30 foot, yeah.
So you don't see it yet. You sent the command, but you're not sure.
Can I just try to attempt to make it do 360s again and attack it?
Yeah. You can give it that command. Roll to hit. Cool. Unfortunately, that is not enough to damage this creature anymore.
Things just weaponless now.
Oh no.
He feels so naked.
And though you can't see it anymore, it grows a little bit more metallic because of that hit. Or because of that sword in its belly. Anything else, Bink? You still have an action you could try.
And where exactly is it right now?
They are 50 feet from you. They were headed east, out of camp.
Underground.
Underground.
They both burrowed. Does the hole go straight or diagonal, or like is there a specific direction the hole's going? Like it goes like down and like straight, like
Yep, straight
somewhere,
east.
like-
Straight east. You guys, you can follow it on the surface. You can kind of see where it's bubbled up part of the rock here that is the place that you have stopped in.
Okay, Bink is gonna follow. Are we able to visibly see right now? Because I feel like within 50 feet we might be able to get a rough estimate of where it is before it gets too far away.
You can guesstimate where its body is underground. You cannot see the creature. And
we
if,
can guesstimate. Okay.
yeah, if you were to jump down into the hole that it created, you wouldn't be able to follow it for very long. You can see, and Zanzibar can see that the tunnel behind it is slowly collapsing.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna follow the exact direction it is going.
Okay. You've got 25 feet of movement.
I'm gonna hop on Peter, and then Peter's gonna follow through flight.
Okay. You start following. What's Peter's flight?
80 feet.
Okay.
So I feel like we can definitely catch up to them.
So you jump on Peter as your action, and the two of you take flight, following over top of these tunnels underground.
And then directly above, so I can try to get them above ground, I'm gonna use gravity sinkhole to try to yank the one with my swords out of the ground.
Okay.
Depending on how far down did it go?
You're not sure.
Okay. I'm gonna try to use gravity sinkhole, and because you said they went down, then we can see the bump of and kind of guesstimate where they're going. So I would assume they're not too far down. So I'm gonna try to use 6th level gravity sinkhole to try to yank it out of the ground.
Okay. What's the radius on the gravity sinkhole? Is it 20 feet?
The radius is I can use it up to 120 feet, and it's a 20 radius. Yep.
Okay. And it's a dex save from them?
Yes. Wait, let me double check. Sorry.
There's a con.
No, that's a con save.
Okay.
It's a con of 18 or more.
Well, if it did reach them, they both certainly made their con saves.
Still deals half damage, so I'll just roll it for. Actually, that's if it hits.
Yeah, roll a D100 for me.
Okay. $55.
Okay. You're not sure. Go ahead and roll your damage.
46.
Okay. You release the sinkhole and you wait a moment. You don't hear anything necessarily, as these creatures are inside of the rock. And you can just barely see the bubbling from where this creature is traveling underneath. And you release your sinkhole and you wait just a moment as it collapses and doesn't seem to bring anything to the surface.
If this were a cartoon, you'd just see Bink with like some steam coming out of the top of his head.
Right?
I'm just gonna say that we cannot see where they're going anymore, and I return to the group.
Yep. That brings us back up to the top, and I will jump out of initiative here for a moment as you guys see this bubbling of the earth. It begins to get fainter and fainter, but you can still just kind of make out a path of where these creatures might be headed. And I will let you know that they can burrow. Their burrow speed is 50. They can action dash and they can bonus action dash. So they can 150 feet around underground. So you might be able to keep up with them. But you're going to need to make some like survival checks to try and follow it if you let them go now. But they are also headed into the desert.
You want to go after them, or are you fine with losing your shield and my weapons?
Are we? Okay.
Yeah, I'm checking in with you guys. I'm giving you guys a chance to kind of table talk or talk in character about what you want to try and do. If you want to immediately stay in combat and chase them, or if you want to try and track them and break.
For their burrowing, or at least for the one that Bink was chasing after. their burrowing was a bonus action or movement?
It's movement, action, bonus action. So they can go 150 feet underground per turn.
And my Peter can just keep up with over 10
You've got
movement speed.
So that was its action.
Correct.
Bonus action burrow.
So so that round, I'm talking the top of combat here. So we're about to start a new round of combat.
Right.
This round of combat, they are going to move 150 more feet, which will put them 200 feet away from you.
Right, but they're only 50 feet away currently.
At the moment, yes. If we wanted to jump back into initiative.
To put it in perspective, one of them will be 50 feet away on Zanzidar's turn. The other will have already been able to go an additional 150.
Yes.
Right.
He's
My,
the- oh, sorry.
my shield's already lost, pretty much. But we could still try and retrieve Bink's swords.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have another I have another spell at my disposal that I think could work.
Okay.
It would be a bit risky.
So you want to stay in initiative for the moment
Yes.
and try and play that
I do
out.
at least.
Okay. So anybody that wants to, I'll just go through the turn order here. You can try things if you want. But top of initiative, it does start with Callie.
Well, if we're staying in initiative, we haven't had much time to chit chat. So she's just gonna start skipping and hopping after these fellas.
Okay.
I don't know that
In
it
the
mattered.
tunnel,
What was that?
or were you going in the tunnel or over top?
I'm pretty sure the tunnel's collapsed at this point from where they started.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
so
Chris was
Yep.
saying.
following them in there.
Well, sure, if the tunnel were collapsed, then it wouldn't be. So here's my thing, right? Is that as soon as the bear burrowed, I dropped down, and I could still see it from the opening, right? So then, I believe my turn was right after that one, so that was 6 seconds. So then the bear, and then Bink, and then Callie. So
Mhm.
that's at least 12 seconds for the second tunnel to collapse.
Mm-hmm.
And how fast does the tunnel collapse, I guess?
Okay.
What's
So
the
I was
maximum amount of seconds?
like 3. I gave you a chance to get something off on that creature because it had just gone before you, and you managed to, and I mean you still have a really good perception, so you managed to get down there and see them as the tunnel was collapsing. So I gave you that extra attack. But essentially, these creatures don't leave a tunnel that you could walk down. That's not the way their burrowing works. They work like kind of like earthworms, right? But because it's rock, it takes a second for it to collapse behind it. So if you could burrow, you could probably follow it. The other half
I
of
don't
this,
know. I've never tried.
the other half of this is if you were to be able to move fast enough to keep up with this creature, given the fact that it's rock, I would say you could theoretically stay with them as they were burrowing, but you would need dark vision and eventually you would suffocate. And as soon as they're in sand and not rock, you are now going to be buried. Because you know that the platform you are on, this rock platform that you found, is only about 100 feet. And once that rock ends, it's sand. So just setting up the circumstances. If you were fast enough, I would probably let you stay behind them. But those are the disadvantages. You're going to have limited time to breathe. You're not going to be able to see. And eventually, they're going to get out of rock, and it will then immediately collapse, and you will be stuck.
Would following on Peter still not work? Because he's technically faster than them with flight.
Peter is not able to fly underground. There's not enough space for him. But flying over top,
Yeah.
theoretically, you could keep up with them. Once they hit the sand, though, you're going to need to make survival checks to follow them.
Got it.
Because they're not going to leave a big bubble in the sand.
Okay.
But you know which direction they're heading.
I say let's try to pursue for a little bit. If we lose them, we lose them.
Okay.
We can't call ourselves adventurers without adventuring. Let's adventure this goddamn desert. And get our stuff back.
Cool.
Plus, my spell will hold out, and the guys are still in there, locked up, but safe and comfy. Doesn't matter. They're safe. We can still get our stuff back. Pretty sure nothing else should attack this ship in the meantime.
Okay. So, Callie, what are you doing? You can barely see the trail that these creatures are leaving as they are starting to head back towards the desert. Setting the scene for you still here. There's about 100 feet from where you guys are to the edge of the rock in most directions. You know, you can't go towards the rock wall, obviously, but they've got about 100 feet before they leave the rock slab that you're on, and it'll be harder to see where they're going.
I'm trying to do math. So they're about 50 feet away from me right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'd like to do,
Mm-hmm.
and then we can figure out what I'm actually able to do. Because I can go 180 feet in a turn, which would put me so far past them that if they change directions, it would take me a really long time to recalibrate.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'd like to do is use my action and my movement and bonus action to move about 120 feet in the direction I think they're going. And then I'd like to hold my action to dash on their turns when they're catching up to me and passing me.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. So if I need to roll to see if I can calibrate which direction they're going past where they've stopped, or, you know, not necessarily stopped, but I'm going to outpace them.
Okay. So, taking off, heading east, you very quickly overtake them, which takes you to the end of the rocky platform.
Okay.
Because that's at 100.
Okay.
So you're now 20 feet into the desert.
Okay.
And you are holding your action to dash when one of them comes by to try and follow it further.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So then that will bring us to the first one's turn. he is going to move 150 feet from where he's at now, which will put him 30 feet past Callie.
So I'll use my action to dash that 30 feet and get even with him.
Yes, so I need you to make a survival check to try and track where he's going right now.
Sure.
The DC is pretty low to start.
15.
So you are able to stay on top of him. And then that'll bring us to Zan.
Oh, okay. So, bonus action. Roar. Draconic transformation.
Mm-hmm.
The wings. So, normally the first pair of wings is fleshly colored with lightning bolts, as Dragonscale told me. Zan now sprouts a second pair of wings that is just pure electricity
Ooh.
and takes off, hovering right above the ground with a hand dragging along the ground and feeling, shooting to 50 feet where the bear with pink swords has burrowed.
Okay.
I get a blind sight of 30 feet. So if he's like right below the surface, I would be able to pinpoint where he's at.
Okay. Yeah.
And then once I figure that out, I'm being like, you're not getting away, and roar straight down into the ground. 60-foot cone of force damage.
Okay. Let me check something here. Because a creature with blind sight, you have blind sight, right? Not tremor sense?
Yes.
Okay, a creature with blind sight can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius. Creatures without eyes, such as illusion creatures with echolocation or heightened senses, such as bats and true dragons, have this sense.
It specifically says in the spell that you can't see anything that is behind total cover.
Yes. And this creature would be total cover. There is a wall of stone between you.
That sucks.
Or I guess a floor of stone between you. So I was trying to think, I was like, I think you need tremor sense to see things in the ground. Because this creature is not in your surrounding. Because usually your surrounding ends with walls and ceilings and floors. Yeah, so you could guess where it is. And your breath, does it go through surfaces then? The breath weapon you're trying?
Doesn't say.
Okay. What is it?
It's just part of the spell. It's a force.
So it's draconic transformation is what the spell is.
Oh, gotcha. It's just the benefits of the spell. Okay, let me check that real quick. Okay. I'll give you that the breath weapon is just energy. It isn't necessarily like flames or electricity coming out of your mouth. So I'll let you use it against him. And at the moment, you're able to follow his path because of the bubbling of the rock. So you don't need to make a check, especially with the 60-foot cone, to shoot it in the direction he is. But that will be harder later if you still have it up. So he will make a dex save. And that is a 10.
Okay. 23.
Okay. Alright. So you send this force energy down into the ground. You still see the bubble moving a little bit.
Stop moving, damn it. Yep, that's all I got.
Okay. So you see as the creature you have shot this breath weapon into continues to move out. Finally breaching the stone surface beneath you and heading into the desert. Which would then bring us to Bink.
I'm gonna be making my way on microphone.
Alright, so you're going to try and follow overhead with Peter?
Yep.
Okay. So I need you to make, this is still round one of them leaving, so I need you to make a survival check to see if you can follow them now that they're out of the stone.
17.
Okay. You are managing to keep up with them at the moment. And you're still kind of picking out where they are in the ground.
Okay.
Alright. Takes us back to the top of Callie.
Yeah. So as far as I know, I'm still on top of number 1.
Yep.
If I use my movement now, I have no idea where they're going. If I wait to move, I won't have enough to keep up.
Hmm.
How I'm like 120 feet away from our boat.
Yep.
Ain't it fun to be a punching class?
You guys also haven't finished your long rest yet.
Yeah, I know. That's why the boat won't move. But got steers on the boat.
Yep. Asleep.
Yeah. Huh. Well. I'll just sit still.
Okay.
Yeah, hold my action to do the same thing again and at least get 60 feet closer.
Okay. So then that creature will move on its turn, and you can make a new survival check for the second round of them moving to see if you can follow during combat at this time.
Nope.
Yeah, as you are standing and listening and waiting to try and continue following this creature. Now that it's in the sand, it's not making that feeling under your feet as much. You're not able to follow this bubbling hard surface, so you're really unable to pick out where it's gone at this point. You feel like either you overshot it or you undershot it, because you're not picking up anything right now.
Alrighty. Then I would like to use my held dash action to start running back the way we came.
Okay, you got it. So I'll give you your whole movement back there. I don't want to steal your whole turn from you, but because you
Okay.
could just make that check and
It's alright. 60 feet's fine.
you got it. That'll take us to Zan.
So, does that mean Callie would have run past me?
Probably.
I'll just say, wake up Gostier, maybe he can help.
On it!
The other bear, the one that I was chasing after, he moved after me, correct?
He moved after your turn, yes.
Yeah.
Which put him another 150 feet away from you.
So I could use movement and dash and still fire off the breath weapon. This time, instead of aiming it like straight down where I think they're at, I'm gonna use more of the wider end of the cone and go a little bit shallower on the ground.
Okay. Go ahead and make a survival check for me, because you're going to need to try and follow them a little better now.
17.
Okay. As you get to the edge of the stone and you begin to make your way into the sand, you are really starting to lose track of them. You think they're still headed east, though you're not confident you could follow them past this point. But you do shoot off your breath weapon in the direction that you had last seen it going. And because of its 60-foot cone, I'll tell you above table, he's still going to be within it. So go ahead and roll your damage, because he is not going to save with an 8. Okay. So you send this stream of force energy out into the desert. You can see as it sinks into the sand, you can see it begin to ripple as you are sending this force and this sound and all of this energy into the ground beneath you, rippling out into the sand beyond. Anything else?
When I do that, is it like a leaf blower where it's blowing sand?
A little bit, right on the top.
Okay.
It almost looks like when you drop something into water, you kind of make that rippling effect that eventually dies out.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you're creating with the sand here.
Alright. I will end my turn there, but I'm not dropping those. Because knowing that I can use it as more or less a leaf blower, that's how I'm going to use it. Whether I hit them or not.
Okay. Takes us to the creature who moves on. And bank on Peter. If you're going to keep trying to follow him, I need you to make a survival check.
Yep. A natural 20.
Nice.
Ew.
That's what we needed.
All right. You are deftly able to keep up at the moment, Bink. You are, with your height and how high up you are, and this innate ability at the moment, this adrenaline pumping through your brain, and you're just able to see the path they're taking still as they are shooting off into the east. As you are high up in the air on Peter, I'd like you to make a perception check for me too.
24.
Okay.
Ooh.
You see Zanzadar shouting, or not shouting, but releasing this energy into the ground. You can see as he releases this force energy into the desert sand, as it begins to ripple out, you can see that its effect goes for quite a ways. He seems to be releasing these ripples into the ground, into the sand, that seems to have an effect way off in the distance. You gather that whatever he's doing is rippling out into the desert. That's
Pink
it.
is like,
It just
"What
seems to go
the-"
on like again, like a drop in the water. It seems to really go out for a ways.
Yeah, Big is like, what the hell? As he continues to shoot him.
But you got it. Now take us back up to Cali. You have made it back to.
I only
Your
wanted
ship.
to use 60 feet. I only wanted to use 60 feet back
Okay,
the way I was going.
so you're 60 feet back. You're
Right.
60 feet away from the ship.
Thank you. I am going to pull out a little wire from my pocket
Mm-hmm.
and cast message at Gostier and say, "Good morning, sleepyhead. Bring your axe. We need help.
With what?
Someone's stealing metal things." Although I can't say that, so.
Yeah, he can reply. He's like, "With what?" And you see some movement on the ship as he's standing up and looking around. Oh, I think I see it. Not that you can hear it, but
Mm-hmm.
he begins to travel your way. The other creature continues on. That brings us back over to Zan.
I would like to use my bonus action
Oh,
and my
sorry.
movement to go 120 feet after Bink.
Okay, so you're
Because I
still
can
following
see
Bink.
him.
Yep. You got it. So you're following
Follow the
Bink.
Yeah.
Follow the Bink.
Hey, where'd they go?
Run away!
I'm gonna follow Bink's direction. Fire another breath.
Okay.
Because Bink has not told me to stop.
Right.
I'm still. Red. Everything's red.
Yeah, so you head the way Bink said. You fire off another breath weapon into the ground, creating this rippling energy. $25 points of damage. You got it. As you are unsure, as you're not able to track them anymore, you're just kind of blindly shooting out in the way that Bink is showing you at the moment. Anything else you want to do?
Nope.
Okay.
Stand.
So that brings us to the next creature, who dashes and continues even further into the desert. And then Bink. So,
Pursue after
I will give you this, Bink. With your natural 20, I'll let that carry over for this check. I'll give you 2 here. You pick up as Zan releases another splash of this energy into the ground. You see as one of the 2 paths stops moving, but the other path continues on, still heading in an eastward direction. Though at this point, I mean, you're keeping up with it, but you recognize that you're about 500 feet away from your ship, from your place of rest. That's how far you guys have gotten so far. I would like you to make another perception check for me, because you are still keeping some height here, as above the desert floor.
See if I'm at 12. There, I looked at the 7 plus 5. 12.
Okay. Yeah. So you're still seeing that Zan is affecting the desert floor here, creating these ripples of energy, which may or may not be helping you in tracking this creature. But yeah, that's all you pick up for now. But you are able to keep up with it and know where at least one of them is still moving. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
Since he's got that for now, I'm gonna keep heading on. How far would I be away from the other bear?
You can keep up with them. It looked like they were traveling together, and then one of them stopped, and the other kept going.
And Zan's right on that one, right?
You can point out where it was.
Okay.
He's not too
I guess
far from it.
I'll just do that.
Okay.
Because I know I have the capabilities of keeping up with the other one. I'll just point out the other one and keep on moving.
Okay. You got it. And that brings us to Gastier at the end of initiative here. Callie, you see as he kind of jumps over the edge of the ship and shakes himself awake and starts running after you guys. He's got 100 feet that he can make it.
I was gonna say he's not very fast compared to the 3 of us. But that's okay.
But it probably puts him at least within earshot of you.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear him kind of shouting, "What's stole from us? What's going on?"
Metal bears! Wave your axe around!
Oh, you mean Majalborns?
Gesundheit!
They tie around after a couple minutes. Just let them go. None of the rest of you hear this because you're too far away.
Okay!
I'm about to say, wait a second. They're like hundreds of feet away. I can't hear.
Yep. But he keeps chugging along. You see this like look of frustration on his face, like, "Oh, these idiots." Brings us to Callie.
That's right. Gostier could have talked to him.
Gastier could have told you what they were.
Yeah. I forgot.
That's all right.
Gastier could have talked to him.
Yeah, I think he's a bear-toed barbarian, isn't he?
Yeah. He has to speak with animals.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, he does. I forgot about that. He also has a ring. Anyway. All right. So my math is completely screwed at this point. I think I'm 180 feet from where we started.
Sounds about right.
I'm assuming the other 2 are beyond 120 feet in front of me then.
The Zan and Bink?
Yeah.
Yes, they
Okay.
are. Their speed is enough that they can keep up.
Right. So they're
So they're over.
500-ish feet.
Yeah.
I'll slow down to a jog and wait for Gastier.
Okay.
Just to keep pace, I guess. I don't know. I got nothing.
That's fine. But you're just gonna keep moving.
Yeah.
Anything
I'm
else?
Just at a slow. Pick my nose. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That brings us back to what would be the first creature's turn. We gather it is no longer moving. And Zan.
Wait. The first creature that went was the one that took my shield.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
the second creature barrel.
Yep. Though we,
Oh.
above the ground, don't know which one stopped.
I was thinking that I wasn't able to keep up with the first one at all because it was so far ahead.
Gotcha. On your turn, you have been able to catch up with it once you've transformed and stuff.
Okay, cool.
Because it all happens within the same amount of time. It's just, it was harder in the beginning because you were so close that you could still use abilities and things like that. But
Great. I will keep doing what I'm doing. If Bink points it out, then I can blast it.
okay, so you're stopping at the one that stopped. Because the one that did not stop is 150 feet further. Or I guess it will be 150 feet further.
Right.
So I guess you would have one more chance to try and hit both of them. Given Bink's guidance. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Sorry. I know I'm saying a lot, but I'm talking to myself out loud. Okay. You shoot another blast of this into the ground, creating more and more ripples in the sand. To the best of your knowledge, the direction that Bink showed you to do so. You can go ahead and roll damage. You're unsure if you're connecting with anything, but
31.
you got it. But you are now on top of the space where Bink has let you know that the first one stopped moving.
Gotcha. I will probably end up staying there then.
Cool.
Being that I think it has more movement speed than I am able to keep up with.
Probably. I'm being very loose here now that you guys are getting pretty far out. Because there's no seeing these things anymore, so.
Right. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. So that would bring us to the other one that may or may not still be out there. And Bink. Alright, Bink, so as you are continuing to try and follow the one that was still moving, you can see that it is getting deeper into the sand and it's getting much, much harder to pick up its movement. This is the last chance that you're going to get at it before you're probably going to lose it. I'd like you to make a survival check for me. So if there's anything you want to do to add to this.
Nice.
23.
Damn.
Okay.
I don't know what else I can. I
You have-
can't give myself inspiration, can I?
You
Not
have-
being able to give myself spark inspiration.
You have a DM inspiration, which I might recommend against since you rolled an 18.
Yeah.
But you also have a daily inspiration, which you could add at, what is it, a D6?
Yep.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll use my daily.
There
Okay.
you go.
It's a 4.
Alright.
Keeping it?
What's the other thing I have?
DM inspiration would let you re-roll the D20. Or, like, re-roll the survival check to see if you could get higher. I mean,
heck no! I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep it.
Okay. So I gave you an extra turn because you got a natural 20 the first time, so it did not increase the DC on your last turn. So the DC this time was a 25.
woo!
You do just manage to pick out where this creature is as it moves another 150 feet, so 650 feet away from the ship as it comes to a stop. Make a perception check for me.
Alright. 10.
Okay. You know roughly where this creature is. You are dead set where this creature is, but that is all you have noticed while you're out here. You are just focused on this creature and following it to a T. But you know where the creature is. 100% you know where the creature is. You just don't know what else is going on out here.
Halt in midair by the area where it is and signal to the others where this other one is.
Yep.
And then while I say that, I'm gonna I'm gonna send out one of pyrotechnics and launch off a firework
Oh boy.
Okay.
as a signal.
So, most of you can see about 120 feet, which I think is roughly D&D normal vision range.
Sure.
But it is a desert. It's very flat. So you probably have, like, let's pretend here, like, 200 to 300 feet of, like, good vision-ish out here. You just see this little pop in the distance as Bink is shooting off fireworks.
Ah, lovely.
That brings us to Gostir, who's now traveling up next to you. Callie's like, ugh. Why didn't you guys just give him some metal?
Well, I did, but we actually don't have a whole lot of metal.
Uh.
Aiden's the main carrier of the metal things.
Well, did you feed one of them or both of them?
Just one.
Well, there's your problem.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of metal.
You should have just let me know. I got plenty.
I was trying to have a conversation with them.
Can you speak with animals?
Absolutely.
What, didn't they tell you that they were hungry?
Yes.
And you only fed one of them?
Well, I was working on feeding the other one when Zanzidar hit them with a lightning bolt.
Oh, that dumbass.
Yeah, I think that might have been where we went wrong.
You think?
Maybe.
Shit. And now you got us running out here in the dead. And is he shooting energy into the ground? Aren't we being chased by a giant tremor-sensing worm?
Ooh.
This
yes.
guy's an idiot. Why the fuck do you travel with this dragon? Oh my god. And
You
then you
know-
guys just keep jogging.
The first time I met up with these guys, he got knocked out by a crier.
Oh, he should have stayed that way.
Yeah. Nice guy, really.
That's his turn. That brings us to Callie.
I'm just gonna keep pace with him and
Yep.
keep chatting.
All right, Zan. You are over the position where the first one stopped.
Could I use my breath weapon as like a leaf blower, like shovel kind of thing, where I want to dig down into the desert with it? Get to-
Sure. Roll a D100 for me. Let's see how close to the creature you get.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
you get close enough that you can start to see this creature's body, and you can just make out, like you begin to clear out the sand and debris around it, and you see its shoulders, and you see it standing there, and it does not look conscious, but it doesn't look dead. You see it just kind of like heavily breathing, and like a cat who ate its dinner too fast, you see it in the process of retching up. And you see in front of it, just kind of like in the sand, this gooey mass of metallic goo, amongst which you can see your shield.
I'll walk over to my shield.
Yep.
And point at it and look at the bear and go, mine.
It kind of gives you like this half-hearted look, and then you watch as it passes out and collapses on the ground.
Dick.
Oh my god.
That's the end of my turn with that.
Cool. Brings us to the second creature who has stopped moving, and Bink. Bink, make a perception check for me on your turn, please, sir.
Alrighty, and I got 17.
Hey, that is good enough given the distance. So, Bink, as you are hovering over the ground, you can see your friends are still a few hundred feet away from the position of this second baron where it has stopped. Looking down at the desert floor now and taking taking a second to pull back and kind of examine your surroundings, you see once again as Zanzadar is now like forcefully shoving this force energy into the ground right beneath him to clear out a space, and you see the body of the first bear begin to emerge. You see a little farther to the east, even from where you're at the second creature, you see a tremor in the ground, and you see what appears to be almost a pit beginning to open, and it comes closer and closer to the position of the second bear. It's probably about 500 feet away and closing, and it looks like it's beelining for this area.
The gnome was too stunned to speak.
Pretty much, I was just thinking about it, and then I'm gonna say it's just like kind of freaked about that. Does it like make a noise or anything, or is it just silently making its way like a pit? It's making its way towards.
It's a pit opening up in the sand, and it's making a little bit of noise. You know, like the sound of sand falling.
Of sand, yeah.
Yeah, but you and I would say you recognize what this is. You have seen this before, and the last time you saw this occur, you watched ships being eaten and birds plucked out of the sky.
Yeah.
But you're the only one that's noticed it. You're the only one high enough up with a good vantage point. You can see this is heading towards where you are. So it's heading towards the bear in the ground, and then if it continues on, the second bear and your friends who are disrupting the earth greatly. But you have your whole turn. What would you like to do?
Gonna make my way towards the bear.
Okay. It's easy enough. You can get down to the ground with Peter's movement. So you are standing on the desert floor, and you know that the bear is underground somehow, or some amount. Are you trying to get to it?
What was that last part? I'm sorry.
Are you trying to get to it?
Yes, I'm trying to get to the bear.
Okay. How would you like to try and get to it?
So I know it's in the ground. It's kind of where it is, or exactly where it is.
You know roughly it's below you. You are standing above it. You're not sure how far underground it is.
Let's see what we have here. Let's see. So I'm gonna make a perimeter around, and what I'm gonna do is basically just stand again away from where it is, 20 feet away, and I'm gonna again use gravity sinkhole to try to yank it out of the ground and see if that works.
Okay. I'll give you that. Go ahead and expend the spell slot.
Fifth level, or fourth level.
Okay. It's not going to make it save. At this point, it has been disabled. But you do watch as this limp body of this bear comes shooting out of the sand beneath you, because it is looser here. There's not a rock wall to stop it from moving. You watch as its body breaks the surface, and as it does, you can see it is leaving a trail of puke behind it as it floats up into the sky. And amongst that trail of puke, you can see both of your swords as its body lands on the ground with a thump, and you can see it's not conscious, but its body still seems to be breathing.
grab my swords and just clean them off.
Cool.
And I'm gonna kick the bear.
You got it.
And I'm gonna get up here and get the fuck out of there.
Okay. You got it. So you are headed back now. Brings us to Gostier's turn, who's still, you guys are still a couple 100 feet out there, just kind of jogging with Callie. Like, is this going to be a regular thing?
I haven't been around very long, but I suspect so. I almost hope so. It's kind of fun.
I mean, would it hurt for him to talk to somebody every now and then? I mean, just running in and slapping shit. That seems to be the only thing he does so far. You told me he did it with the crier, and you said now he's doing it with these guys. I mean, far be it for me to, say that, because I do it a lot. But hey,
Say, Michaela is giving Chris some serious side eye right now.
Yeah. You guys don't know about
That's
Gostier.
true.
You don't know how he is. You could insight check him, but
Right. No, I think Calliope's probably just like, wow, you know so much about this. I'm still learning.
but that's it. You guys are probably making it to Zan on Callie's turn.
Okay.
So
Hello. I brought Costier.
Awesome. Well, I think we're finished up.
Oh.
Gostier kind of looks at you, Zan. He's like, "What the hell were you thinking?"
They were bears. Thought if we were to turn around and get on our ship, they would have attacked the ship, attacked the people. I mean, they really wanted Binks Griffin.
They didn't want his griffin, they wanted his armor. And these things, they don't attack unless you attack them. Otherwise, they wait until you drop the metal. They don't take it forcibly. And
Well, how was I supposed to know that? They were growling at me.
then you come and ask me. I told you I'd be your guide out here. If you're not going to use me, why'd you bring me along?
Yeah, I got a point there.
Shut up, Bink.
Said, all right, whatever. These things, they don't really die. And you got to kill them a certain way. Just leave them. They'll be all right.
Oh no.
Okay, well, let's get back to the ship then. Next time I'll ask you.
All right, well, next time you see bears like this, just give them a couple scraps or let me know. And they'll be on their way.
What do Everything on me is valuable.
Well, that's your own damn fault. You got to bring something to throw away.
I think he makes a good point, Zanzidar. Why didn't you think to bring something not valuable to throw away?
Because I didn't think we would be seeing these bears. I don't know. How am I supposed to plan ahead for what I don't know?
Well, that's what planning ahead eliminates, the need to know.
Oh, this reminds me of that Scouts Club that they used to, something like you always prepared.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, y'all
So
figured
we're
it.
just standing in the middle of the desert talking.
Yeah, I want everybody to make a perception check.
Aiden's inside, like, I'm just watching these. I'm the best guard ever.
Okay, Zan, you catch this out of the corner of your eye. You see where off in the distance, it's still quite a ways out there, but now that you have your shield back and you are a little more in tuned here, you see because this large bear creature, the one that Bink had left, begins to stand up, and then you see it disappear.
You know, what the fuck was that?
What?
Bear teleported.
Ooh, I didn't know they could do that. How does their teleport feature work, Gostier?
It don't teleport. I think it just fell. Is there a cliff over there or something?
No. I didn't see any cliffs.
Bink, what, did you see anything out there? Oh, I think Xavier might have gone to the restroom.
Yeah, I think you did say something about going to the restroom. Hey, God, Pink! No!
Yeah, I'm back.
Alright, so you guys... So, Xavier...
Calling out for me.
Yeah, so
It's all
you would...
Oh, I'm sorry, no, I had to go to that.
That's okay. Let me set the scene for you. So you guys are all together now. And you...
Okay.
we made a perception check, and Zan watched as the bear that you left, the one that's farther away from you guys, stood up and then disappeared. And Zan is asking why. Like, what happened? What was that?
Oh, there's like this pit thing coming towards us really fast, so then I just ran after I got my swords. Okay.
You couldn't tell us that.
It's back then, alright?
Flying up into the air 60 feet.
Yep.
I'll pop out my broom.
Yep.
Well, whee!
So you guys get up there. You can all see where this bear had been standing. This pit has opened in the ground. And while it is stationary for a moment, it begins to move once again towards your location.
We gotta get back to the ship.
No, we can create diversions. It goes towards sound, right? Or vibrations. I mean, we can just make vibrations anywhere and then fly off, can't we?
If you can.
I can hum.
Things like, and then he just flies off into like one of the kind of like diagonal directions while it's going towards them.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I'm gonna do is cast Shatter on the ground.
Okay.
Makes a big, loud, shaking ring noise.
You do so.
A good like 100 feet away.
Okay. As you do so, you watch as the pit changes directions for a moment. And then, as it nears the area where you released the shatter, you see as around the edge of the pit, you see these little spurts of sand get thrown up into the air as 20, 30, 40 little eye stalks break the surface and start looking around.
Uh-oh.
Jeez. Yeah, no, I just want to clarify. I'm back in the air, so.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to make it very, very.
Yeah, you gather that this creature, that this thing made it to the area that you used it as a distraction and decided it probably needs regular sight, so it popped its eyeballs out. So that probably won't work again, but you have gotten it off track a little bit now.
Point of order here, too. Is there any chance someone can carry Gostier, or is he still...
He can fly. He can jump fly.
Okay, so he's occasionally touching down?
Yeah, he's going to occasionally hit the
Wait,
ground.
What does
Okay.
jump fly mean?
He can fly during his turn.
So he can fly his movement, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's wearing the world's bounciest shoes.
Yeah. So you all begin flying in each of your own fashions back towards your ship. As you are headed that way, it does seem to take a little bit longer, and you guys have made it most of the way back to the ship. You do see about, again, 500 feet away from the platform that you camped on. You see that this pit has made it over to the place you just left. And you watch as the body of the other bear that was sitting there just sinks into this sand pit. and disappears from view.
Oh no! Not the
You-
bears!
No, not the bitch.
As you make it back,
Oh no, not the berry.
as you make it back onto the solid surface, assuming this is going to be helpful, I'd like everybody to make a stealth check with advantage, because you're on solid ground and you had been flying. So yeah,
Do I have to do a stealth in midair?
yeah, you're still going to do a stealth check because it has eyeballs now,
Oh.
so it
right.
can
Oh,
still
it's like-
it can
it's
still
like
look for
scanning
you.
The surface with eyeballs.
Yeah, it's using tremor sense and eyeballs to see if it can follow you guys. And you have advantage. Everybody has advantage for one reason or another.
I only roll straight because I have disadvantage with my.
Okay, 60 for Bink, and then I'm gonna assume. Wait, what is stealth related?
Dexterity.
Yeah.
What does Peter have? Peter has +2 on dexterity, so let's roll for him. Oh, that's not good.
What does
He
he?
got a 2 plus another 2, which makes it a 4.
Ayo.
Well,
And you
Peter's
rolled.
gonna give
Did
me
you
fail,
give?
not-
Did you give Peter advantage?
No, I did not.
Okay, you can give him advantage because you created a distraction.
Natural 20!
Nice.
Hey, nice.
Thank you for reminding me. Yes, I did roll it for advantage for myself. So I got 16. You got the 20.
All right. So let's see here. Because perception is a wisdom. And this gentleman has a pretty good wisdom, but not quite good enough. So you needed to beat an 8.
No,
Oh.
I'm pretty hard.
Okay.
screw up right there.
So yes. Or you needed to at least meet its passive, which is 16. Zan, why did you have disadvantage?
My armor that I wear.
Okay.
Oh.
That does not count in this situation. Because of the distance that you're at, this is more of just a general check. So go ahead and roll one more time for me.
Okay. That's natural 1.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, as a group, you have more you have more successes than you do failures. So I just wanted to. So I think you guys would be all right. Oh, I didn't roll for Gostier. Hold on.
Oh god.
What's his stealth?
+6 or something
Okay.
like
He's
that.
got. He rolled a natural 19. So you guys together land on this rocky area, or you're making it into this area, kind of keeping this creature as far out of sight as possible. As you get close to this rocky area, you guys watch as Zan, who's got his head kind of over his shoulder looking at the creature, doesn't pay attention to a stalactite and accidentally runs into it, cracking it and setting it free as it begins to fall towards the base of the cave. You see Gostier kind of being the lowest to the ground. It's like, oh! And kind of catches it mid-jump as he's keeping up with you guys and kind of looks back up and, be more careful!
I'm trying.
God.
Poor Sansadar. What a rough morning.
But a few moments go by, a few minutes pass, a few tense minutes as this creature is still circling and keeping an eye out. But you manage to stay hidden. It doesn't seem that it's really able to go through or doesn't want to go through solid rock. So you're gathering that gives you some amount of extra ability to hide from it as you watch the pit begin to seal up. It stops draining, but you do recognize as it begins to close, as this creature begins to stop skimming the surface, it is headed to the northeast. Which is the same direction you're going.
Love that.
Everything is okay.
Everything is awesome.
All right. But you all now get to complete a long rest
Yay!
as you spend the rest of the next hour or so just kind of staying quiet.
Progress complete.
Gostier kind of looks around to all of you and says, that was quite confusing. That thing is,
Terrifying?
yeah,
It is.
it seems to be headed the same way we are. Is that sounds like it might be an issue.
Probably.
It probably will. You'll probably get the fight that you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, is your city on a rock like this? Because that might be helpful.
I'm pretty sure. But I'll refer to the DM.
Yeah, as far as you know.
It's been a while since I've been there. But from what I remember, we are on a solid rock. That reminds me. Bink, did you have any problems with your magic?
Not up until I used, which one was it? The gravity one. Yeah, that's the one I had a problem with. Other than that, it was fine.
Yeah, I didn't have any problems with my magic here either.
Me either. I didn't use any, but still.
Okay then. Maybe we should look around and see if there's like any runic symbols on this rock outcropping.
I can answer that.
Go ahead.
It's very similar to the process by which the worm was unable to get to us. A lot of these rocky outcroppings are the tips of what used to be mountains within the city of Ravnica. And so they're kind of magical dead zones because, nobody really lived in the mountains. There was no point in warding it. But once you step back out into the desert, you kind of re-enter the sphere of influence. So it gets a little spotty, but sometimes up here you can get free and clear if you find some places like this. The warding tends to be a little weaker. Yeah, so there's a good chance that your town might be built on top of one of these dead zones, so maybe you didn't have any issues with it growing up. It still makes teleportation pretty hard because you have to go, through a magical nullifier even to get to a dead spot, but at least within the dead spot you're pretty safe.
So, what if they just put up like magic circles on the tops of these Air Force mountains to get from one place in the desert to the other?
Beats me. I'm sure you could, but that's probably a lot of time and money and a bunch of casters, and well, there's not a whole lot of magic folk out here in the desert because it's such a shitty place to be one.
That'd be. if I ever decide to become a higher up or start my own business, I guess I could do that. Something for a later date.
Well, there you go. That could be fun.
Well, I don't think we should tell the refugees that we ran into Dagmar. So we're going to make them cause more trouble. Agreed?
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, all right. How are we gonna deal with it? I mean, do we want to try and take care of that thing before we get to the city, or do we want to get to the city first? Because I don't see anybody else out here trying to take care of that bad boy.
If we run into it again at an opportune time, I say we just take care of it.
I agree with him. Because I don't want to keep worrying about that thing out here.
It was an opportune time. I mean, you were shooting shit into the desert floor. It got its attention real quick. You could probably just make an opportune time.
That is true. What are you guys thinking? We keep going and we run into it when we run into it? Or do you want to deal with it now?
I'm gonna break out of character for a sec.
Mhm.
I want to deal with it. I think drawing it to the rocky outcropping that we're on is a very good idea. But I don't want to do it when we're a party member down.
Well, we've only got 2
Yeah.
minutes till we're done with session anyway, so
Okay.
I am not going to start that fight right now.
Aww.
I say, I think we're ready, and so we have like 4 party members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is as a DM, I am asking what we would like to do next session, because if you leave right now, you will make it to your city, and we would start in Zayasnok next session. Or if you want to try and set something up to deal with Dagmadu first, that's probably where we'll pick up. So I'll let you guys take it back into character, but know that whatever decision you make, we'll see the fruits of it later.
Do you think we could chill out here for like today? And then maybe take it on in the evening? And I only say that because I don't want the refugees getting in the way, or worse, them feeding themselves to Dagmadu while we're trying to fight it, and it just is regaining health, energy, whatever.
Mm. I think we could hang out here for a day.
I'm tired of being chased.
I look at Peter I would say this is up to Chris how Peter would be acting. I want to look to Peter to see what his reaction is to going after him also. If, I don't know.
To going after Dagmadu?
Yeah.
Peter is still like kind of checking himself over to make sure he's still got his armor.
Right?
And he kind of looks at you and just cocks his head like, whatever you want to do. I mean, he seems a little nervous about it, but you've thrown him at big things before, and he's like, if I die, I'll just be back tomorrow. Just don't lose my armor.
Wow. What a life.
Alright.
The rest of you just hear, squawk!
Right? I understand him, actually. I get all of it. Peter is very hungry. I nod along.
Then it's excited now.
Well, alright, so we're going to hang out here and try and draw that big meanie in later tonight.
Yep.
Well, what about your mansion thing? Are we going to do it before that drops and all them idiots get out?
Yeah, we're gonna do it again.
Doesn't that waste a spell, though, that you could use in the fight? So we should do it before that drops.
Yeah. No, like right now. I can do it right now, and then we can just chill.
But yeah, but then you're out of a spell for today, and you already used it yesterday, so it didn't take a spell from today. Yeah, but I'm not a magic guy, so whatever.
So many other spells. It's just one of my other ones is gone. Just not the highest, and other ones still have plenty of others.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's fine if he lets down the mansion for today. That way they can walk about if they want to. And then
I mean, that's to them. If they don't need it, then I mean, they stay on the ship.
before the fight, we definitely want to have it up and have the refugees locked inside.
Yeah, I mean, just tell me when to do it, and I'll put it up again.
Well, all right. I guess everybody make the best of today, because it might be your last.
Ooh,
Agreed.
wonderful.
We're gonna kick his butt.
Yep.
Maybe difficult. Maybe hard.
Sounds awesome.
We'll definitely do it.
You see, Gostier kind of sets a bag down on the ground, starts pulling some stuff out, like some camping gear. You see, he's got like a little fold-up chair he puts out, and he's got a mug of beer and a big sack of beef jerky, and he just kind of sits down. Say, "Yep, this is how I'm spending my last hours. Holler if you need me."
Will do. That being said, I have to go find Aiden, see if he can repair this. Talking about my shield, because straps broke.
All right. So you head off to do that, and you guys prepare yourselves for whatever this evening is going to bring, as you are contemplating setting up an ambush for Degmadu here in the deserts, just a couple days outside of Zeusnog. And I think we'll see how that goes next week. So thanks for tuning in. That's what we'll call it for today.